What's going on? 6 o'clock. Good morning. Happy Friday from the 104.5 The Zone Studios. I am Robert Walsh, free agent cornerback and former Titan Elijah Molden, signing a 3-year extension with the Chargers worth about $18 million. He gets a healthy $13.5 million in guaranteed, a well-deserved deal for Molden, who comes off a stellar season, recording a career-high 3 interceptions and 2 fumble recoveries. To the Cowboys, where their guard, Zach Martin, is retiring from the NFL. After 11 seasons, all spent with the Cowboys. He earned 9 Pro Bowl nods, 7 first-team All-Pro selections, and 2 second-team All-Pro honors, and even finishing second in Offensive Rookie of the Year voting in 2014. He retires tied with Randall McDaniel and John Hanna for the most first-team All-Pro selections earned by a guard in NFL history. And the finale of the Four Nations face-off was last night. Win to overtime 2-2 before Connor McDavid scored the game-deciding goal as Canada takes it 3-2. For all your foundation repair and your waterproofing needs, you got to go to USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
It is here. Yes, we have reached Friday after all the snow, the cold temperatures, whatever your week may have thrown your way. We are here to get you to the finish line. It is Ramon, Kayla, and Will. We've got Ramon Foster in the house. Nifty sweatshirt, by the way.
I got a Vols hockey sweatshirt on.
You've got the whole Vols hockey package.
I do.
Man, you've got the sweater. You've got the sweatshirts.
Yes.
I mean, you should be getting this stuff for free because you are a walking marketing machine for them.
I'm here for it, Kayla. Soon, I'm telling you.
I like that one.
Soon, I'm going to be my people, man, is what I'm letting you know.
I'm all about getting you on skates, brother.
Yeah. No skates. I'll go
you see how I snuck that in there?
Just put me in the penalty box. That's as close as hockey as I want to get. You feel me? But I absolutely got a few more things coming too. I got a couple more of the other jerseys coming.
Looks
too.
good.
So
it looks good.
Out here, Kayla. Absolutely.
So we got Ramon Foster here. We've also got our guy Bert behind the glass, already making things happen on the dot. 6 o'clock. No, I'm not Usher, but he waited for that 104.5 The Zone just to make it on the dot. That was impressive.
I had to drag it out, but I'm letting y'all know I will never watch another hockey game again.
No.
Because it dragged on too long?
No, just we lost. I'm a bad loser.
I'm with you on that one.
I would have stayed with you hockey. You would have been my go-to gal in the offseason, but
put little Burt Juniors in hockey and everything.
That's what I'm saying. They'd be driving that Burt Boney. Don't get me started.
Boney. Can you imagine?
You need to get on that.
Burt Jr. or BJ, whatever you, JB, whatever you want to call him, JB, you know what I'm saying? Or if it's or if this is a daughter, Bertalina.
6:02, and we're already started.
Bertalina. And you on the Boney in the doggone hockey rink? They missed it.
I'm telling you.
Did.
I'm telling you.
He should have been at the Four Nations driving the Boney.
With the American flag behind me, coming out there like Aaron Rodgers. What do you? That would have been a sight to see, man.
You snorted for the first time on the show. Usually it's me. She got him going so much.
Driving that thing like Aaron Rodgers, and then they'd have kicked your ass right out, too, just like he did. Yeah.
Oh, goodness. But yeah, Robert's here. Robert Walsh is here. I don't know who calls him Robert. Probably his grandma or his ma. Pa does.
My bosses, people that aren't my friends. Buck calls me Robert.
Of course he does.
Only my friends call me Bert.
Jeez Louise. And why is the lights on over there? That's really tripping me out.
Oh, I know. I need to cut them back off. Go back in my bat cave. My Bert's bat cave. I had to scan some important files today, so it's a little more light back here than I'd like. You can see my raccoon eyes this morning.
I think we all have that this morning.
Important files.
There it is. That's better.
Here, all right.
Isn't it weird, though? You feel like you're in an
Like a
interrogation room now. I feel much better that I can't see your guys' faces.
Yeah, I'm kind of like the nameless, faceless command center back here with all the lights off. That's how I prefer it, honestly, is to be a little dark back here.
Sure.
You know, when I played, that was when we had big games like against Baltimore, like especially at nighttime, Coach would tell us, don't get tight now. All they are is nameless gray faces. So the fact that you said that, Bert,
It brought back memories.
it brought back memories
right?
right there. I appreciate that.
I'm Kayla Anderson. Will Bowling out for the day, but we've got a great show for you. Let's talk a little college football. We're going to do that coming up here in about 20 minutes because Moan brought up a good point last night when I sent a little article about Steve Sarkisian canceling their spring game, and he's like, man, we're going to start seeing OTAs here soon. So interested to see what your thoughts are on the college football landscape taking on the NFL model soon. So that's coming up. We got Brent Hubbs of VolQuest in hour 2. Our good friend Bryan McFadden of CBS Sports, your former teammate.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing what he has to say about some of these prospects, especially Travis Hunter.
Yeah, and the last time we had him on was the day that Rand got let go, too. So I felt like we need to spin the block again and really talk to B-Mac, man.
I forgot that was the day that happened. And he was pretty fired up about it, too.
He was. He was very much fired up about it. So it's going to be fascinating to hear him, especially I know he'll probably be going to the combine doing some coverage, too, and especially DBs. And just in all actuality, he's a defensive guy and football guy, too. So I want to hear what he feels about Abdul Carter and just the quarterbacks. I think DBs, the really good ones, the really smart ones, and Bryan McFadden is one of those guys. They know how to look at quarterbacks differently, too. So I kind of want to hear, to your point, his diagnosis on the two guys.
Also, I'm not going to forget about asking about some safeties, too, in the draft, because this is another position that the Titans are in need of. And we'll talk a little bit about free agency and maybe what they need to add or who they could keep, who are the Titans free agents. That's coming up, too. And then we've got Nashville SC GM Mike Jacobs. They get their season underway. And our guy, Ron Slay, he's going to take off the roof in hour 4.
Can't wait.
Like he always does. So did we watch, like Bert said, he's now done with hockey. Did you watch? That's the question.
One game, yes, I did watch.
He's like, yes.
I turned it on as soon as I watched the Lady Vols game. Shout out to the Lady Vols
getting the win over
Ended
Alabama.
up beating Bama. Yeah, I think it was an 8 or 9 point win, 8-point win last night. So that was good. Timed up perfectly. As soon as that game ended, I flipped over to the hockey game on ESPN. And the puck was just being dropped. Well, they were doing the little hesitation thing where it was, drop it, clap the sticks together and stuff like that. And it was good, Kayla. I did expect, but apparently the USA team had already spoken about it. I did expect, Bert, this is another reason they lost me too. They didn't drop the glove.
Yep. As soon as the puck dropped,
I was expecting a fight, and no fight happened. So
were they purposely laying off? Because I felt like there was plenty of opportunities. They could have cleaned somebody's clock in the glass or something, and they just
thought we should have more of it because that's what gets the people going.
Listen.
I mean, that don't watch hockey and they're tuning in for the first time. Give me a damn fight. I mean, I'm an observer of hockey. I grew up with the sport, but if you're a person who has never watched hockey or isn't a fluent hockey watcher. You want to see fights, especially between two rivals. What are we doing here? I was disappointed, guys.
And you know what? I can respect them going to Canada and saying, all right, we're gonna start this thing off right. Like, I get that. And then he said, I heard the commentator during the game, she was just like, they established, too, that
Emily
that was a
Kaplan.
one-off. Yeah, that's what Emily Kaplan. She said that was a one-off, and they had planned to not fight again. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm telling you.
Talking about one-off. That's not how hockey works. It's a one-off. We're just going to decide one time to play hard and they played hard, but to fight? Come on, we want fights.
Listen, that's what she said they said, so I went with what she said at that point.
Well, she can say what she wants, but I wanted fights.
It was entertaining, though, man. I'll tell you this. The optics on the game was good. Boston crowd was toxic as heck, as you needed it to be.
It was good.
It was fast last night. You could tell it was good on good, too.
It was fast.
Yes, very much so.
It was fast.
It was fast, and you could tell, like, it was just good on good last night, man. The Kachuk brothers last night, first one that started them off with a goal, too. But this, to me, I think, besides them losing Bert and myself as far as fans, the player from Canada ended up scoring the game-winning
Connor McDavid.
Goal. Connor McDavid,
Superstar.
Man. His comments afterwards let you know just how big this event was. He acknowledged it, man. He was just like seeing the reaction of it. It meant a lot to them, and it meant a lot to the USA players too. But he acknowledges it's not like this is the Olympics or anything like that, and went on to say this too, Bert. So let me know how you feel. He said this: I hope the new fans love it. He's speaking about you and me. He says it's a great game, it's a great sport, and I hope we put on the show these last couple of days and gain some fans. Ultimately, you can't ask for a better show than that.
I think they should have rigged it because Canada already has plenty. That's like their football, right?
Yes, it is.
Canada has a national sport of hockey already. They wasn't getting no new fans out of this. If you wanted more new fans out of this, you should have rigged it so the USA would have won, and then maybe I would have tuned in and gave a rip. But I'm out. I'm out. I watched half the game. I came in and saw we were tied after being down. And that's when I was kind of starting up the "I am a real American." Cheyenne went to sleep. I was like, no, we got to wake up. We got to be patriotic. And then as soon as they scored in overtime, I said, time to go to bed. It's over with. So I'm out. I'm out on hockey. I won't ever watch another snap down, half, quarter, whatever they have in hockey. I'm
Intermissions,
out. Unless they let me ride on the Zamboni, and then I'm back in.
That's all you ask.
That's what
for,
okay.
And that ain't a heavy
happen.
ask right there either. But
be a heavy ass sitting on it, though.
It would. It can hold a lot, though, believe me.
Yes, it would, Bert.
That's a chunky junkie in itself.
Yes, it is a chunky junkie.
A chunky monkey. Don't be putting a chunky junkie tag on me.
But what I will say...
I was talking about that Zamboni.
The Zamboni. What I will say is the players understood the assignment, though. And I think the fans in both countries did too, United States and in Canada, man. It was just cool to watch, like all eyes be on you. You have no football to distract you. I don't think there was many NBA games. If they were on last night, you had women's college basketball that was on, but you had just hockey. And I love to see. I can't wait to see what the ratings are going to be behind this one too. The viewership also. But at the end of the day, these guys got to go back and be teammates. But it was good to see them compete the way they did, and actually it have a reason behind it too.
So there was an interesting quote from a couple of the players, but there was one from Zach Werenski, who plays for the Columbus Blue Jackets, and he went to Michigan. He's, U.S. product, obviously, but he said, "We've proved tonight and to everyone that we're right there with Canada. It's anyone's game. I feel like tonight we started off a bit slow, but it came down to overtime and one shot." And I get what he's saying with that. And to paint the picture, Canada is the king of hockey. Like Canada is known to produce
Absolutely.
When it comes to hockey stars. So I think the U.S. has always been like one ladder rink below them.
Yeah.
And so maybe this tournament kind of proved they can be right there with them. But at the same time, it's like, then you should have won.
Yeah, it's that side of it too. But to that point, to be fair to him, I know what you're saying. Also, Canada has been doing this for a while. Like the game here in America is just like it's growing to a point to where parents have to pay out like wazoo amounts of money for
it's
it too,
expensive.
to actually be good in it. And then by the time that you do get good in it, you got to face your Canadian mates, right? And they just kind of swallow you up as it pertains to the talent side of stuff. So I was excited to see us be able to compete with them. Again, they had Sidney Crosby on the other side. Like, think about the stars and studs that they have to come out of that country. Connor Bedard, right? Is another one of those guys. Is he American?
American.
Is he American? Mm-hmm. Had no idea. With a name like Bedard, I definitely thought he was Canadian. Either way.
Yeah, he'll be a shining, like he's going to be.
He didn't play in this, so
probably. No.
He did not? Awesome.
He is probably going to become one of those stars that you're going to see like a he is Canadian.
He is.
My bad. Yeah.
Look at me.
Look at you. North Vancouver. It's about as close to United States as you can get in Vancouver. But yes, he is technically Canadian.
He is Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, again, I think the game's in a good place. How many new fans they're going to have, it also depends on what the playoffs are going to look like in the rest of the second half.
I just think it was good timing for them. I don't know how much it will. I hope it does add to the hockey, fans, but I think it just came at great timing. There was nothing else going on for the most part.
Now is their turn because they're in a battle with baseball. So considering baseball also just ended this ESPN's contract too. So should be fascinating, man. These secondary sports, especially if people are going to complain about NBA All-Star games and stuff like PK Subban did yesterday.
I heard that rant.
Yeah, he went on a rant. I can't wait to hear what the NBA players have to say behind that, too, because he somewhat went in. I get where he was coming from also in PK's rant. PK Subban's rant, but
PK, who played here.
Yeah, who played here, who's become a big-time hockey ambassador, too. Mm-hmm. But it was very critical, though, is what I will say.
He's definitely fighting for his sport. That's
He's
for
definitely
sure.
fighting for his sport.
If you want to join in on the conversation today, we always invite you, 615-737-1045, or you can just join in on our ever-popular F&M Bank chat. It's always going every single day. Maybe you want to introduce yourself in there. We're always streaming live on all platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. But coming up next, Steve Sarkisian announced that he's taken away a part of the preseason. We'll let you know what he's doing and why the college game could be taking on the NFL model. That's coming up next on RKW here on 104.5 The Zone.
It's Ramon Foster for Secure Lawn. Guys, I'm getting ready to talk to you about that time of the season where you become king of the neighborhood. Yes, man, it's where you obsess about your grass, man. Your spouse and friends tell you that's all you speak about is you talk about your grass more than anything, man. And that's because you want to be the envy of your neighborhood, all right? Secure Lawn is a company that you want to call in, man. If you want a company who will be here for you year after year, it's Secure Lawn. If you also want a lawn company that is not getting sold to, which is super important, it's Secure Lawn. Secure Lawn creates lifelong customers by providing a prime service. What that means is this, man, is that their team members will be properly trained and prepared to provide a prime service, supplying the customer with expectations will make them lifelong customers. And here's the best thing about them, too. Secure Line, they aren't worried about a bunch of sales. Their business model includes never giving their customers a reason to leave. It's that simple for you. They've been here for over 20 years, man. They're family-owned and operated. They're punctual and have a quick response time. So if it's time for you to go ahead and get that broadleaf and weed control done around your house, reach out to the company that I trust, man. Call Secure Lawn at 615-893-8455 and go to securelawn.com.
Welcome back into RKW here on this Friday morning. Nothing like a little Phil Collins to take us into the segment.
Is
Ramon.
that what it is?
I was going to ask you if you knew who Phil Collins was and what he's famously known for in terms of song.
In the Air Tonight is what he's known for. Absolutely. That's the only song I know I have in my entire 39 years on this earth.
But you knew it was Phil Collins.
I didn't know this song. I've never heard any other Phil Collins. No, I've never heard he was Easy Lover. All I've heard is the meaning behind his old song, his most famous song.
That's a little dark.
Yeah.
We don't want to get the people in a dark spot this morning riding into work.
Yeah, I didn't know Phil Collins made any other music. I know he did.
Goodness.
I ain't ever heard nobody say
I'm just impressed you knew that was Phil Collins.
Hey,
though.
check out this new track right here. Oh, yeah. If you played any type of sport in any capacity, In the Air Tonight is easily in every coach's iPod, okay, or 8-track deck, whatever you want to say. Every coach is going to play that one.
It's a hit. What's not a hit in college football right now seems to be spring games. Because right now there is looking to be a little bit of a snowball effect happening. Nebraska and USC were the first to announce that they have canceled their spring games this year. And then yesterday, a big hitter coming out in Steve Sarkisian of Texas, the head coach there, saying to Kay Adams on her morning show that he, in fact, is canceling the spring game. He said, no, we're not going to have a spring game. He went on to explain that Texas is taking a slightly different approach to the offseason training program. And he compared it, Ramon, to the NFL and OTA, saying, quote, so it's going to be a little bit different of an approach. Are you surprised? And how quickly do all of these teams, schools, go to this model?
I think within the next 2 years it's going to happen. It wouldn't shock me if more teams this year started doing it also. Coach Sarkisian brings up another reason, too. It's like he needs his players to get the proper amount of rest, considering they went deep into the college football playoffs and it's an extended season and stuff like that. And it's also the other side behind it, too. It is the open recruiting in the springtime that happens. Like, guys you got to think they have early enrollment. That happens. Guys get an opportunity to get a full year under their belt, and then they go through the entire season as a freshman. And that next spring, a lot of them don't play because why? Transfer portal, right? The super seniors that are still around. And now you got those guys that spent the year in your program, have their first opportunity in the next spring with some experience. They've gotten stronger. They've gotten wiser. They've also probably got a little bit more business savvy to see how the team operation works, too. One thing I do know about teams is this. Guys talk, okay? And when it comes down to a redshirt freshman asking a sophomore, hey, or a redshirt sophomore, hey, I got this after I started playing. Like the money component of the locker room business opens up. And that's when those guys who have gotten bigger, faster, stronger, and more experienced, they start to look good in the spring ball. And at that point, they look at the depth chart. Even in my era, like looking at the depth chart was a huge thing. And it was the guys that you were brought in with or guys that were older than you. Where do I sit on the depth chart? The issue for us was if we transferred, we had to transfer down to a lower level. Or if we transferred, we had to transfer and sit out. Okay. These guys now, if they feel like they are just as good as a guy that's too deep on the depth chart, or if they're just as good as a starter, or they're a 5-star that hasn't played yet, that springtime is it's the open audition. It just simply is, and I think these coaches have realized this, that they are losing players left and right from spring games to where now if they go out and make a big play, there's a quarterback that's got some talent also. They have agents. They have representation because the best thing you can do is make yourself valuable enough to where you go get paid by somebody else. Injuries happen in the springtime. Sure. You have guys that just simply get better. And the other part of it, too, is I think parents realize this, but like I try to warn all parents, like coaches lie during recruiting. The whole recruiting process is a scam, okay? But we love it, right? No, but we love it. Like, and you understand exactly what it is. Now money's tied to it. And when you get on campus sometimes, like, I don't love that coach as much as I used to anymore.
That's true. There's a show that's put on sometimes.
It is, and now you can leave, Kayla. So now if they don't have it to where these guys are in full competition the entire year, or they got to go through those 14 practices and realize that they're really good, this is one way to suppress your talent and keep it on campus.
And I don't really disagree with this approach, honestly, because the more so that you're starting to bring money into the picture, and, we'll see how that sorts itself out if they put a cap on all of this, like the salary cap in the NFL. Do they eventually go to something like this in college? Now we're seeing this model with them taking away the spring game. And I'm curious from your perspective, Moan, who played in spring games, how big of a deal really is it? I mean, you're out there. It's kind of for the fans.
Yeah, it's definitely for the fans.
And I think that's who's going to have an issue with this the most, and I'm already seeing it sporadically on social media, is fans are like, well, you're taking that away from us. A lot of us can't pay for regular season tickets.
Or just make it to the fall games.
The fall game. So, what's the fix for that?
So here's the thing. I loved the spring. Well, I learned to love the spring, okay? I hated it to begin with because it's just there's no payoff in the end other than the spring game, in which we hope you don't get hurt at that moment. But what the spring game is for development. It's for getting your feet wet. It's for establishing yourself as, hey, coach, when summer camp starts in July, I'm a player that you can count on. I think that component of it will still be there for the coaches, right? But the actual spring game in itself, I'll be honest with you. As a player, all I wanted was to not get hurt.
Yeah.
I did not want to get hurt in the last game, because as much as we can brother-in-law this thing and talk about it also, I just wanted to get to the summer. Put me in mini-term, get me through the summer class, and let me continue to work out. But there is a huge benefit in it, though, Kayla. When you're in the stadium and the real adrenaline of playing a game is there, too, you get an opportunity to see what guys are really made of, too. Yeah, you can't touch the quarterback and those types of things, but the anxiety of performing in front of a crowd, I think that's a lot of those guys' first test, too, is be able to do those things. But there's been so many different rule changes, too, that have allowed coaches to see what kind of players they have in the fall. I think they can play up to 4 games before redshirting a freshman again. So they have their plans in place to allow that not to happen. But my thing is this. College football is super unique, more unique than the NFL, because one is more local. You talk about where you from, Kayla, all the time, and the way that school is a part of the community. I look at Knoxville being the exact same way. I've heard Bert speak about ECU to where the fans, you enjoy the setup of what the spring game is, seeing what the talent is. The coaches see what the practice reps look like.
Sure.
But the fans like to see. I remember last year, what does Squirrel White look like? What does Nico Iamaleava?
It's like a preview, right?
It's a real nice preview. But these coaches are getting poached left and right after those games. So I can understand it. It's just that what will they actually do to suffice the fans? I see Sarkisian said they're going to do a fan appreciation day.
And that's what Lincoln Riley and USC is doing.
Yeah, USC is another team that's opted out of the spring game, too.
Yeah, so that's a good way to look at it. It's not a game yet, per se, but if you can get those star players or the guys, like you said, that some people want to just see and meet for the first time before they go actually play on the field, that's a good way to get them out there and doing that. And that's what comes along with, being a pro at this level too now. Those are things that are going to be changing, and you're maybe going to have more on your plate in terms of that.
You will.
But that's the payoff. You're getting paid. You're going to probably have to make some more appearances, and that's how it's going to have to work.
I just wonder, when will they set up training camp too? Will that actually be an earlier process
right?
also?
You could make some money off of that.
And I think some of them will. The important business model will have open practices for the fans, I think, because NFL allows it in certain capacities where they set up different vendors around it. I do wonder, will they get to a bigger preview the way the NFL does when they had the Madden bus and stuff like that. I like what this is because, again, players just want to make it out of the spring game healthy. But it does, there's a part of it where that's what I was just telling Zach in our F&M Bank chat. When it comes to the spring game, the theatrics of what it provides to you is you get a little bit more adrenaline. You have the ability to actually play a simulated game in front of the fans. And then it's the party time after. It's the entire day meant something.
Sure.
If we're just doing our 14 practices, and then we go about our way.
It's more business-like.
It's more business-like. It absolutely is. So it's to your point you mentioned earlier, I just wonder when they're going to call it OTAs, and then there'll be mini camp in the summer, and will they also carry it like an NFL league at some point too? Because there's no real NFL league. I know the XFL or the UFL, whichever one it is cranking up soon
UFL
in March.
now,
Yeah, in March. But this may be a way for the NFL to really, NCAA, college football, to really be a little brother to what the NFL wants.
It's a really good point. I mean, all they want to do is make money, so I'm sure a training camp and opening it up to the public could definitely help these schools make money in that way. Let's go out to Marcus in Nashville. He has got an opinion on NIL and cold weather. Marcus.
What up, Marcus?
Hey, y'all.
3 days in a row, baby. Or 3 calls in a row, baby.
On fire.
On fire.
NBA Jam.
Well, I was just thinking, like, like in college, like it used to be. How many walk-ons you had, people that wasn't that good, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they, and then they turned out to be real big stars later on.
Yep.
Because, everybody's going to want to be a star. And these kids now, they think they're a star before they even a star. You know what I'm saying? So I was thinking about that. The NIL is going to be hotter than people in high school before they even make it to college.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have a first high school player to come out of high school and go straight to the pro.
Yep.
Can that happen? And I want to talk about the weather from last night. They say black don't crack, but I'm going to tell you, we get ashy when it's cold. I'm going to tell you that right now, boy.
Get you some lotion, Marcus.
Cocoa butter is what I'd recommend.
Golly, man. I about bust my knuckles last night, dead in my hand. But y'all have a good day. And I just want to talk about that.
You too, Marcus.
Thanks, Marcus. We've appreciated you all week chiming in. Cocoa butter, though, is the fix. We have Palmer's cocoa butter in the studio, thanks to Ramon. I use it almost every morning on my shins.
That's what I'm talking about.
Because I get ashy, too. I mean...
Oh, love.
I get ashy.
I've never heard. No, it's not the ashy part. It took me a while to understand why people do get ashy, okay, and dry skin. But I've never heard somebody be specific, Kayla, who was black, white, Asian, Indian, that said they needed to lubricate their shins. And
I'm like OCD. Y'all, I'm OCD, so I am like, if I don't, my shins and like the sides of my sides get like that as well, so I have to usually like.
No doubt. Yeah. No, I know. It's
elbows.
Like that at times, man. Kayla said her shins need to be lotioned up. I'm here for it, okay?
So Marcus was talking about the walk-on situation, by the way, which is changing as well.
It is, man. Shout out to my guys, too, man, that became scholarship players at UT, Cody and Corey Sullins, man. Those are the types of guys that also earn their scholarships in the spring, too. And he brings that point up to where you may end up losing that component of it because those spring games, like you speak about those quarterbacks specifically or those kickers or specialists or return men that play their roles on the team, that fans grow to love those types of guys. So I know Cody and Corey were one of those guys that earned scholarships in the spring because of that. You just start to see guys. But that's also, Kayla, to the point to where Sarkisian and everybody else around it are saying the exact same thing. Matt Rule, too, is like the tampering that comes from the spring game. No, like there are no parameters on how you can go and speak to players these days too. You can't stop them from transferring whenever you need them to.
So that's like anything. A hot spot for tampering to happen now.
It is. Spring game. It's the spring game too. And somebody brought it up, Brinkerhead, put in there they need a CBA. I think what's going to happen now, they're going to let these coaches and staff figure this out on their own as much as they possibly can. And at some point, they will have to get to a CBA. What that also means, too, is players that are on scholarship or part of the team may have to get paid. And that's where the business side of it becomes a little bit more complicated on what schools get so much, considering right now you have the SEC and the Big Ten getting control of the college football playoffs, essentially. So who's going to delegate that? What's going to be split from players to teams? Coaches' involvement in it. And at that point, too, like signing your name, image, and likeness away, because if you do a CBA, The way players get paid off of that, too, is allowing the NFL to use our name, image, and likeness so that you can blast it on commercials and just put it in advertisement everywhere, too. But it also creates rules that you have to hold at that point. And one of those things is tampering. Tampering, like hearing that some schools are asking players to jump into the portal for $1 million. Just hop in there and we'll get the rest of the money. Like, as a coach.
And sometimes it's not happening in terms of finding that money.
No, it is not. That's one of the things, if I'm not mistaken, that Florida State basketball team was dealing with. They were promised a lot of money, and these coaches these collectives haven't been able to pay those guys. And you see that happening, too, on those campuses from the fall to the spring. Guys are expecting to get a certain amount of money, and they don't. So at some point, these contracts are going to have to be signed, and there also has to be and I'll be honest too, there has to be a little bit more security for the coaches and the schools. As much as I am pro player on this one, because like I've always said, we should have gotten something while we were in college.
Absolutely.
I don't care if it was an extra $500 from the university to be like, hey, we thank you for bringing in these millions of fans every single year. And that's what it is, millions of fans and tens of millions of dollars that you are made in it. But I do think they'll probably end up getting to a point to where we're either signing you for a 1-year contract, or what we speak about like guys that sign on this team, like Tyler Boyd.
Yep.
Or you're locked in for 3 years, the way teams have to set this structure up. And I don't know if players understand what that means on the college level as far as coming out of high school. Like, you will be at a vet minimum. You won't be able to negotiate like making $1 million a year in year one, unless the salary cap is that high up too. So it's going to be a fascinating approach to where college football goes. What I don't want, though, is if we're already taking away the spring game, is ruining it for the fan.
And like, that's the biggest component.
If you're going to take it away, now I will admit, like, the spring game ain't everything.
But in the South, man, it's big time in a lot of these places. Y'all sell out like
it does.
A lot of times down there in Knoxville.
But that's where you also gain new fans, too, from seeing those new players on campus, doing those autograph signings before the games and stuff like that, and honestly just being touchable. Sometimes I feel like in my lifetime, I never saw an NFL player in my youth.
A lot of us don't, yeah.
Like in those small towns, when you have the ability to go to the games or go to those spring games and stuff, you do have a connection to those players. That's why you have so many rabid fan bases. I think certain NFL teams have good fans, but like most college teams have rabid fan bases where you make lifetime fans out of them. And for instance, my boys are Vols fans through and through. Like, these are the things that happen because it becomes a family thing. And taking away the spring game kind of takes that component away. I wouldn't drive to Knoxville just for an autograph signing, is what I'm telling you.
You want to see something else.
I kind of want to see the entertainment of the game.
In a little bit of a preview. And I get that 100%, Ramon. I agree with you. And that's where you maybe have to find a happy medium. Like you said, you've got USC, Texas that are probably going to do these fan appreciation days.
Tim in our chat says Florida State canceled their spring game too.
Okay, well, there's another one added to the, and that's another big time program in terms of the tradition of it that's canceling it. It's going to be wild to think about because, Alabama is known for selling out their spring games.
Yep. Tennessee has a good showing. Georgia does. And then, of course, like I said, the coolest thing to me is you get an opportunity to see the preview of the new quarterback. Like, Georgia's going to have a new quarterback this year. Bama's going to have a new quarterback. Can you imagine what Texas would do with a spring game with Arch? Like, they could have sold that, but here's the other side, too. Arch is already making over $5 million from Red Bull or whatever the case may be. So it's just missed opportunities, in my opinion, on the continuation of fan growth. But football is football, and we can always show up to those stadiums. So I just look at it as it's kind of interesting that tampering, and these coaches are complaining about it out loud. At some point, I think some rules and laws are going to end up happening.
Yeah, they have to be. If they're making this more of a business model in the college football game, then they're going to have to start outlawing that as well. I completely agree with you. Speaking of football at the NFL level, there was a former Titan last night who got a deal with his new team, and it has some Titans players, or some Titans fans, I should say, in their feels a little. We'll get to that coming up next here on RKW 104.5 The Zone.
What's up? It's Will Bowling. Do you have a ceiling light fixture that flickers? Do you need an extra outlet or two? Or, hey, do you just have those wall switches that don't seem to work the way that they are supposed to? Well, these all seem to be simple issues. However, they are rarely do-it-yourself projects. Dealing with electricity requires the expertise of an experienced professional. So you got to call the pros over at Lee Company to make sure everything is working the way that it is supposed to. And I'm here to tell you as well, their electrical team can solve any problem you have safely and efficiently. We love that word, efficient, right? 24/7, 365. Lee Company is always available to help you out. They'll get in, they'll get out. It'll be quick, and everything will work properly around the house or around your business. And right now, they got a great deal for you as well. You can enjoy $30 off an electrical service call for a limited time. Just contact Lee Company today at 615-567-1000 or head online to leecompany.com for an appointment. That's 615-567-1000. Trust the folks with 14 community locations and over 80 years of experience. Since 1944, Lee Company has been helping this community. 615-567-1000 or online at leecompany.com. That's Lee Company, all you need.
Welcome back into RKW, wrapping up the first hour. And it is Film Friday here in RKW. In the breaks, we watch film.
Well, that's a little tape.
Yeah, we've watched film for the past 2 days. That was fun. Just saw a little Cam Ward in there.
Uh-huh.
Oohs and ahs and uh-ohs and all of that good stuff.
Yes, yes.
Speaking of the Titans, we wonder what they do at the number 1 overall pick, of course, this year. We also wonder what they do to fill some holes. And Elijah Molden, the former Titans pick, 3rd round in 2021, he went from Washington. He has now gotten a new 3-year deal with the Los Angeles Chargers. Of course, he was traded during the end of training camp in August to the Chargers for a 7th round pick. He had an incredible year, Mo, and he played in 15 games before he suffered that broken fibula. But in those games, he tore it up. 48 solo tackles, 3 interceptions. PFF grade was incredible. In the green, 100% with like 75.6.
Yep.
That's really a solid grade for his safety from PFF. And I know they're not the end-all, be-all, but he had a good year. And that deal, per Jeremy Fowler, our friend over at ESPN, looks like $18.75 million with $13.5 of that guaranteed.
Yeah, big deal for him, man. I mean, the average of 6 a year for a guy that was essentially traded away and pretty much shipped away. Here's the other thing, too. From my understanding, he wanted to be out, too. So you got to sometimes give the players what they're looking for, and it somewhat worked out. No, it absolutely worked out for him, man, with his play and availability starting there this year, too. I don't think this team got that out of Elijah Molden while he was here. His rookie year, 16 games, started 7. Ended up having an interception and few tackles on the season, too. And 2022, ended up playing in 2 games. So he got injured then. Yep. And in year 3, started in 15. Well, played in 15, started in 8. He's just been riddled with injuries here and there. Been in and out of the lineup. And for the first time in his career, out in L.A., which he's a West Coast guy, too, if I'm not mistaken, too, Kayla.
He's from Oregon.
He's from Oregon, man. Sometimes your environment do matter to you at times. Although you are employed to play for a team anyway. And he's a guy that did not fit it. Coach Harbaugh is one of those guys that know how to get the best out of folks, man. And that defense was formulated for a guy like him. Played in 15 games, started 12 this year, man. His snap count, also the most he's had in his entire career. Played 760 snaps this year. And on top of that, it wasn't just a defensive deal for Elijah Molden.
Yeah.
It was a special team deal for him, too. He ended up playing 121 snaps last year.
That's big. I think the people didn't see that note as well because he was so banged up here, we didn't see that out of him in terms of special teams additions.
He added value to himself, man. And again, I don't feel bad or don't trash the team because of it, okay? Because Elijah went out there and played well, and now he's got a new deal, and you say to yourself, well, that could have been us. No, sometimes guys have to make those types of changes, and it sucked. But all you can say to Elijah is, man, that's awesome for you, and congratulations. I just saw it, and I knew instantly, Kayla, it would be an issue.
Oh, yeah.
But we didn't get this guy out of him in Nashville.
Right. And I agree with you 100%. And I'm a huge Elijah Molden fan for the fact that he comes from NFL bloodline. He is a super smart NFL player. I think that's the first thing when you meet Elijah, you'll know right away is he can talk football at the highest level.
Yeah.
Because he's from, a family who played. His dad played, and he's been brought up that way to be a pro. But you're right. He dealt with so many injuries that plagued him. The groin one was the biggest one that I remember all the time having a chat with him in the locker room about, hey, how you feeling? Shoot, I feel like I'm going backwards again. Yep. And so I think when you look at it overall, I don't really blame the Titans on this one. He did say he felt the healthiest he's ever felt during camp this year. I do remember him specifically saying that, but you can say that as much as you want. What has your past shown? And up to that point, the past of Elijah Molden had showed that he was not reliable enough. And so I don't really blame the Titans for trading him away. It looks worse now since you only got a 7th round pick and he's getting a 3-year deal. But hindsight is 20/20, guys. And I understand it looks worse too, because right now the only safety you really know on the roster is Amani Hooker.
Yeah. It's just so many pieces that had to leave. But here's the thing, too. Like, sometimes when you got to disgruntle a player, or both sides decide to mutually depart from one another, then this is what happens, though, too. Clearly, he's in a happy space right now. And that defense that they have with the Chargers, again, they're playing him back off the ball, and he also comes up and make tackles, too. But looking at his career path, this is exactly where you wanted to be. As far as PFF, he's gradually ascended up in his career, except for that 23 season. He had a down year that year, but of course, he missed a lot of games through injuries. He's just had that soft tissue side of his game that he finally shook this year. And I'll be honest with you, too.
Can I ask you really quick, too? I don't feel like that happens a lot when you've had the history for 3 years in a row of dealing with those soft tissues, that all of a sudden it changes. But again, I'm not a player, so I don't know how common that is.
But here's the other side of it, too. Vrabel's a hard-nosed type of guy.
A great point.
You know, the style of ball they play on defense may be a little bit different. And the other side is, too, is I don't know what Coach Harbaugh is doing throughout the course of practice with his team to allow this type of, to allow him to be readily available. Maybe it's management of practice. Vrabel did at one point, though, taper back, from my understanding, training camps and how they went about stuff. So he just finally grew up professionally, is the way I look at this situation. It's not a bad thing for Vrabel and the Titans and Coach Callahan them either to ship him off. It's just that it had run its course here, and it paid off for the Chargers. With that being said, when you look at when he's being paid right now, that also tell you this, too. That is just good business. Is it a risk for signing Elijah Molden right now?
Sure,
yes,
he just came off a broken fibula.
Exactly. So you're saying to yourself, like, you take this now and we'll probably get a big payoff in return from signing you. But this $6 a year for a safety that doesn't have a whole lot of accolades and a bright future in front of him, this was as fair as you can get. Now, this is one of the things we speak about, or at least I'll speak about when it comes to like what the Titans should be doing with their guys that are drafted here too, is you get them before free agency start. Elijah Molden's going to be the happiest man ever in the next. I think they got to send that check out to you, that signing bonus check, within like 14 days.
Oh, do they really?
Oh, my
you
gosh.
get a big chunk of it?
Yeah, depending on what his signing bonus is. Jeremy Fowler said it's up to 18 and 13 guaranteed. Oatmeal is better than no meal. He could probably have waited and let his fibula get healthy and wait till free agency hit, or you do what some players do sometimes. You take a smart deal.
Yeah.
The average of it is real good, and it's essentially a 3-year deal that's 2. That $13 million, most of it is probably going to come within the first 2 years. And if he plays well enough, they'll allow him to play on that 3rd year of this deal, or he can get to a point to where he can restructure. So this was good business by the Chargers and by Elijah Molden, who's had some uncertainty with his career. Again, this to me makes him a successful draft pick at this point. He is probably going into training camp being their starting safety with him getting $6 a year.
Do you blame fans, though, for getting frustrated that this has been something that has bitten the Titans in the butt a little bit?
Yes, 100%. And I feel where they're coming from. You want to see him be in two-tone blue, especially with the coaching change, especially when seeing what a full good season looked like for him.
And the lack of depth there.
And the lack of depth, too. Like, you got to not only fulfill his spot with the 7th-round pick, if you hit right on that one, but you also got to find the starter here also. And then, of course, you do have to see him. So whether you want to call it a little bit of jealousy or just resentment towards the organization, you know, how like
it always
jealousy
seems to be something, right?
Jealousy because how did the Chargers get it right for him?
Yeah.
And resentment with how did you not make it work right here in Tennessee? Like, it does somewhat suck. And now, at least for the next 2 years, you will see Elijah Molden make plays for the Los Angeles Chargers that he probably really never made here. I'm not sure what his stat line was in 24, but clearly it's good enough for them to give him a deal.
I mean, like I said, he had 3 interceptions, 48 solo tackles. He graded out on PFF, as we were saying. I mean, he was doing everything right for them until he got the whole injury happened with 3 games left to go. But
that's tough.
At least he got a contract out of it.
He did, but it also makes Titans fans feel like they should have done something better.
It does, and I get it, and that's why coming up to start the 7 o'clock hour, we're going to talk about free agents that are currently Titans who are currently free agents that you would want to sign. And there's a safety in the mix there because, again, that position lacks depth like a lot of these other positions. So what specific free agents that just played for the Titans would you like to have back? We'll get into that. And we've got, of course, Brent Hubbs coming up in the next hour as well. That's all coming up in hour 2 of RKW here on 104.5 The Zone. Hey, it's Ramon and Kayla with our friends at Window Nation. And maybe some of you guys realized this week in particular, when I know a lot of you or your significant others were turning on the heater because it has been really cold here in Middle Tennessee. And you realized it's still cold. That is probably because then your windows are not doing their job and the heat is going right out the window. So right now, take advantage of Window Nation's deal, 60% off all window styles. Plus, you're going to pay nothing for, with no interest, I should say, for 2 full years.
No doubt about it, Kayla. Their windows frequently outperform and outlast ones from the expensive guys, all right? Save money every month on heating and cooling with Window Nation windows, man. They are the best at it. They have an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, and they do a 50-point inspection on every window before it leaves the factory, all right? Kayla just told you, this deal ends February 28th, so don't overpay for those expensive windows, man. Schedule a free, no obligation in-home consultation now with the pros at Window Nation. Call them at 866-90-NATION. Go online to windownation.com.
What's going on? Just a hair before 7 o'clock. Good morning. Happy Friday from the 104.5 The Zone Studios. I am Robert Walsh, free agent and former Titan cornerback Elijah Molden, signing a 3-year extension with the Chargers worth about $18 million. He gets a healthy $13.5 million in guarantees after a well-deserved year, coming off a career-high 3 interceptions and 2 fumble recoveries. To the Cowboys, where their guard Zach Martin retiring from the NFL after 11 seasons. He earned 9 Pro Bowl nods, 7 first-team All-Pro selections, and 2 second-team All-Pro honors, and even finishing second in Offensive Rookie of the Year voting in 2014. He retires tied with Randall McDaniel and John Hanna for the most first-team All-Pro selections earned by a guard in NFL history. And the finale of the Four Nations face-off last night went to overtime, tied 2-2 before Connor McDavid scored the game-deciding goal as Canada takes it 3-2. I'm not bitter at all. For all your foundation repair and your waterproofing needs, you got to go to USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Welcome into hour 2 of Ramon, Kayla, and Will. Getting things started here on this Friday morning. We all love Fridays. Of course, we all love hearing from you guys as well here in the studio. 615-737-1045, The Zone to call in. We are also streaming on all platforms. You can join the F&M Bank chat, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. And we've got the studio almost full today. We got Ramon Foster in here this morning. Bert behind the glass. I'm Kayla Anderson. And we were getting into a little bit about Elijah Molden's new contract in the last hour. And that brought me to the question, Moan, of free agents that you would sign that were Titans just last year.
Yeah.
Because there's pretty much a big list of them. And I'll go down the list, Moan, real quick. And then I'm interested to hear the ones that you would re-sign. And I've got a few here too. So you got Jerome Baker, linebacker, Sebastian Joseph Day, inside defensive line, Nick Folk, kicker, Quandre Diggs, safety, Mason Rudolph, quarterback, Daniel Brunskill, right guard, Tyler Boyd, wide receiver, Nick Westbrook-Akine, Dylan Radins, right tackle, Morgan Cox, long snapper, Daryl Worley, cornerback, Justin Hardy, wide receiver, Nick Vanette, tight end, Corey Levin, center, Raekwon McMillan, linebacker, Luke Gifford, linebacker, Joshua Kelly, running back, James Lynch, defensive line, Marlon Davidson, defensive line, and Garrett Wallow, linebacker.
Yeah.
Where do you start with this list on who would you even consider bringing back?
There's 2 guys on this list you have to start with, man. It's Nick Westbrook-Akine and, in my humble opinion, Dylan Radins are the 2 that I think you should start with, man. Okay. NWI first, because here's the thing about it. We're speaking about either way, I think there's going to be a new quarterback or Will Levis need more weapons anyway, okay?
Facts.
And you might as well start with the guy that's been as consistent as any wide receiver in this league or specifically for this team, man, it's him. He's done nothing but answer the call every single time that you've called on Nick Westbrook-Akine. The issue that you're going to run into is what happens if you load his plate up with more responsibilities. And when teams start to key in on him and stuff like that, like how much of a talent is he? What I would say is this. Every time he's been called upon, he has answered. He catches the football over the middle. He goes deep. He knows how to run comebacks, and he doesn't hurt this team at all. And on top of that, he plays special teams too. Mm-hmm. So he, to me, is one of the most valuable players that the Titans have as a current unrestricted free agent at this point right now. I think, look, it doesn't have to be a fairy tale thing by saying, oh, yes, hey, we love you, and gosh, we mistreated you all these years.
Sure.
But there is a component.
He knows what he was, though, coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's acknowledged that, too. But there does come a point to where a guy like him, man, that you can get that can give you high production. And here's the true honesty behind it, too. As an undrafted free agent, unless he went out and had a Pro Bowl, All-Pro year, then his floor as far as what you pay him is probably a little bit lower. If you're asking me, would I be okay if a guy like Nick Westbrook-Akine got a deal like Elijah Molden just did, a 3-year, $18 million deal, 6 average for the stuff that he does in his team? I think you should sign him up for it.
And Moan, I agree because he's still young enough, right? I think the biggest thing about NWI is he has been consistent. He has been reliable. And available. And that is the hardest thing sometimes to find in a skill position. We've seen it with the opposite of Traylon Burks. 497 yards receiving, the big one, 9 tutties. I mean, he helped this team score points. And again, he was not utilized until almost halfway through the season because they kept on giving Traylon Burks chances. So I'm with you on this one. NWI, all he was really saying he wanted was more than a 1-year deal. I think money means something, but for him, his family is here. He has raised his daughter here, that was recently born. So I think they want to stay here, but they need more than a 1-year deal. So I think that they can get that done.
And that's the part about it, too, is the role that you're asking him to play. You mentioned the 9 touchdowns, right? That in itself is awesome. But even if he does have less production, like the role that you're paying him to play is a number 3 on this team. Heck, he's a number 2. And he answered every single time, so much so that you saw on the field sometime, like he was getting touchdowns and it looked like it was frustrating other guys that weren't.
Sure.
So he, to me, is one of the most valuable assets going into this offseason.
Your next one was Dylan Radins.
Yep. If you sign him at right guard, you at least sure him up. Now, here's the thing. I've stated, I did 3HL yesterday, and Dawn Davenport, our teammate Babs, she asked me about Dylan Radins. So I was like, here's the thing.
Because she's not a fan.
She's not a fan.
Yeah.
She's open about that, too. But I told her, and that's fine.
Yeah, everybody should have their opinions.
Certain players that I didn't like either. It's
Absolutely.
like that, all right? But here's the thing about Dylan Radins. As far as the offensive line this year, he's probably the most consistent one you've had. He has shown me over the course of his career he can gradually get better, and when he's at one spot, he can play a position well. You got to think, he started off at left tackle, then he moved to right tackle. Now he's finally at right guard. Then he also had a torn ACL in the mix also.
Yeah, he did.
I explained this a little bit yesterday. It's just like sometimes players need a little bit more credit than you give them sometimes. And that's where I am with a guy like Dylan Radins. Is he the best player out there? No, not yet. Is he better than most? Yes. From what I've seen from him, his mobility, his pass pro has gotten a little better. And they were speaking about this offensive line last year. I thought he was probably the most consistent entity of this offensive line. So, if he signs a nice team-friendly deal, I'm into that. But here's what I will also say. I know a good bit of his fan base has heard us speak about Trey Smith. Here's the thing. If you're telling me that this team is willing to pay what Trey is going to probably command on the free agency market, and you get him, I'm taking him over Dylan.
Sure.
But if it comes down to the Titans saying we're going to be tight with our pockets and keep our own guys, and they choose to spend with Dylan Radins, I'm telling you, that ain't a bad signing in my opinion.
I'm with you on this. I think one thing we have learned about this offensive line, you need depth.
Yeah.
You need just players in general, because that's the thing. I understand that he needs to get paid, but what's the market for him right now? We'll see. We'll see what the market is exactly. You're right on the pass blocking grade. That improved. PFF had him at a 63.9, which is in I believe the green.
It should be the green.
It's 58 out of 135 offensive guards in terms of that rating. So not bad on that. And the other thing you got to take into account, he was playing next to an ever-rotating right tackle position.
Yes,
you have got to take that into account before you say, oh, Dylan Radins was crap.
Yeah.
What was next to him that was reliable for him either? They work in tandem. I talked all the time to J.C. Latham and Peter Skronsky about that last year. You, out of all people, know that as well, that you have to have a solid person on the other side of you to also be good and have solid grades.
Yes, you absolutely do, man. And the next position is two other positions of importance for me, two of these Titans free agents. Morgan Cox, I just think long snapper.
Yeah, what has he not done for you?
Did you notice him last year? No.
If you didn't
did
notice
not.
him, sign him.
He's good. And again, he's just good at what he does. He's a Pro Bowler at that position, too, and he's just a savvy
absolute
vet.
stud.
And considering you may end up having a new place kicker this year, too, that's going to play a part in it also.
Would you bring back Nick Folk?
I'm not sure if Nick Folk wants to be back, though.
I don't know. Well, he said he wants to still play.
Okay.
However, remember the end of the season? I think people forgot about this. He was injured.
Yeah, he did.
And it seemed to be a little. I don't know the injury exactly what it was.
But he was inactive. You're right.
He was inactive. He didn't go to IR, but he was dealing with some injuries at the end of the season. And I wonder at the age, guys, of 40 years old, if you invite him back and bring in another younger kicker and let him compete.
His issue is distance of kicks.
By the way, it was.
Yeah, his issue is distance of kicks. It seems like now every team that around the NFL has a kicker that's kicking 50s like it's nothing.
Sure.
So that's where it becomes problematic for a guy like him. Now, if his efficiency stays up and his makes are good, all right, you have a conversation, but there's not many teams that carry two kickers on their team either.
Right, but invite him to camp.
Invite him to camp. That also, again, that's another position where the psyche of the position will screw you over too. So are you bringing him in as a coach or are you bringing him in as like your starting kicker? Because if he comes in, I'm expecting a guy like him will tell the team, look, if I'm in competition, don't waste my time.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a difference if they're bringing in a camp leg so that he could rest and he's the known starter like he was last year.
I think you need to get 40, younger at that position.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
They've been waiting too long at this carousel of kickers, and they lucked out with Nick Folk.
They did.
They lucked the hell out because before that, it was indeed a carousel. And at some point, you need to find your young kicker so that you can shore up your special teams unit because with Bones coming in, I'm sure he's also preaching, hey, we need to make sure we got a solid core here moving forward. Here's one that I'm going to throw your way. I think this is underrated in terms of the player. And I think he wants to be back in Tennessee because he really enjoyed the camaraderie that was that defensive line room with Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat. It's the veteran Sebastian Joseph Day. I think he is a solid depth piece, defensive interior line there. He had an incredible PFF grade of 70.3 in terms of an interior defensive lineman. That's 28th out of 219 of these guys, right?
That's good.
77.9 grade on run defense. I mean, he was a really integral part of keeping that line together when there were injuries, and I don't think he's talked about enough. Give him a deal.
Yeah, 100%, and probably a longer year deal too. I've played against him before. Also,
he's an boss.
He never turns his motor off even when he's out there. So yeah, he was next up on my list after Morgan. Is you have to see if you can strike a deal with a player like him just off of this too. One, the value is going to be good. He understands Denard Wilson's system, and he also played well for Coach Tracy Rocker, and he had production right next to Jeff. And at this point, too, who else are you going to overpay for to really bring along guys? And with the trio that they had with Tavondre, Jeff, and him, it was very, very solid. I'll throw another guy in there, too, that I thought was pretty solid on their defensive line, James Lynch.
Yeah, now, he was good. He was good. I'll give you that.
It'll probably end up being a one-year deal or something like that just to bring him back. But I thought, was productive enough for this squad, too. They do have to keep, in my opinion, a good bit of this defense together. Sebastian Joseph Day being a huge part of that also. And it'd just be good for Tavondre, too. Having veterans in front of you that understand how to work. Like, I look at Sebastian Joseph Day and Jeff as two different types of guys. Jeff's all gas, no brakes. You know what I'm saying? And you have a guy in Sebastian Joseph Day that's a teacher in a sense and that understands the concepts of the defense, and that can do nothing but good things for a guy like Tavondre. So, yes, I'm willing to bring him back also.
And then last one, real quick, Quandre Diggs. I know he's a little bit older, 32 years old. By the way, yes, this is Cam Ward's cousin. I found that out early in the season in a random discussion about Cam Ward. He's like, yeah, that's my cousin. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like, how cool is that? But in all seriousness, on the field, he was good before the injury. He was, in terms of PFF grades, 73.2, well in the green. He played 8 games, though, due to injury. You have maybe a chance to re-sign him, but at the same time, he is older. but there's no depth at that safety position.
There isn't at all. So, yeah, that makes sense to me, though, too. But it also does if they draft somebody in the second round. Then there's a conversation to be had right there,
and
too.
we'll ask Bryant McFadden about that coming up in hour 3.
Absolutely. But, again, Quandre Diggs is a steady vet that you know what you're going to get. The thing you're going to run into is at 32 or older, the injury component of what you're going to be dealing with. Like, that's the reason that Elijah Molden was let go in a sense, too, is even as a young player, like, if we got to change our game plan around week in and week out because you got a soft tissue injury, then that's problematic.
And his wasn't that. His was like literally
what was his?
I believe his was a break of some sort. Let me look really quick. Just to make sure, but it definitely was not soft tissue because that was, again, 8 games in. He had, Liz Frank injury?
Liz Frank, the foot injury.
The foot injury.
Yeah, underneath the arch of your foot. Yeah, the Liz Frank, that was super popular in about like 2012.
It was.
There were so many players.
I do remember hearing about that.
100%. That sucks.
Yeah.
Golly. But 32 is the only knock he gonna have at his position with what they're gonna be asking him to do. So
and seeing what else is out there and what money he would get for sure. All right, coming up next, let's switch gears a little bit. It is that time on Fridays that we bring in our good friend Brent Hubbs of VolQuest. Maybe we should ask him about spring games and what his thoughts are on, all of these teams starting to cancel those. That and much more on recruiting. We get it all from Brent Hubbs. That's coming up next on RKW 104.5 The Zone. We always know this next guest is working hard all throughout the week and brings us the best on Fridays, every day at 7:20. Every Friday, I should say. It is Brent Hubbs of VolQuest. Brent Hubbs brought to you by Ascend Federal Credit Union, your financial partner for every stage of life. How's it going, Hubbs?
What's up, Hubbs?
What's going on? How are you guys this morning? I'm doing well, and let's get rolling for the weekend, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I hope that song got you rolling. That got me rolling this morning for sure.
Somebody that won't be rolling is Carson Beck down in Miami.
He got some cars stolen with his girlfriend.
That's all right. If the NIL reports are true, he's at the dealership buying a couple of new ones today. So
For sure.
Right.
For sure. I wish I had that problem.
Hey, 3 of them, though? Can you imagine what compliance was like in 2006 for the Vols? You got 3 cars?
What a world we're in these days,
Exactly.
Ramon. What a world.
That's what I'm saying. I barely had 1 car to get stolen. Hubbs, this man got 3. And they're Lambos and Benzes, man.
It's wild. It's wild. Hey, Hubbs, we had this discussion earlier today, but we heard that Steve Sarkisian is one of the latest coaches. He's decided to cancel the spring game. And I wanted to pick your brain from the jump on this. Is this going to be the trend? Do you see the Vols joining this trend anytime soon?
Well, not this year. I think Tennessee's going to do something for a spring game. I'm not sure exactly what, but they will. I think they will have some kind of event surrounding football and fans in the stadium. But moving forward, I think everybody in college football is going to follow this trend. I don't think coaches have a lot of use for the spring game, to be honest with you. I think the scrimmage before the spring game is their real true spring game test because it's closed. There's no access to it, no fan access, no media access, no TV access. So I think what we've seen over the last few years is spring games have evolved into a little bit of a carnival, to be honest with you. Weird scoring and some one-on-one individual stuff and less 11-on-11, put the ball down and play type things. And with the, with the dissolving of the walk-on programs and limiting roster numbers from 125 to 105, you've got some number things. And then coaches, don't want anybody to see anything. Call it paranoia, call it whatever you want, but they don't want anybody seeing what they do, and they don't want anybody seeing any potential talent they have with a portal window that's getting ready to open. And so, yeah, I think spring games are going away, Kayla. I think the bigger question is spring practice going away? And you look at an OTA type system in the college game that would be maybe done in May or maybe it's done the first part of June while coaches are in town recruiting anyway, and you do 15 or 20 OTA days where you can have a football in the summertime, and it's not voluntary workouts and voluntary throws, but it's actually coaching and somewhat of a practice scenario in OTAs. They flirted and did a little bit of this during COVID when they brought teams back early to try to get ready for the season after missing spring practice. And I really don't think anybody disliked it. I think we could be moving that direction ultimately.
Hey, I know that Moan brought this up too, and it was interesting. I started to think about it because you're all always knowing they're making money. That's what they're trying to do. I mean, this is just what it is at this point. Do you think they do something like a training camp for fans where they may open up something like that, where they could make money off of it and then the fans could be satisfied too to see the players they want to see?
Man, they're going to have to eliminate a whole lot of paranoia in the coaching world for that to happen. And I just don't see that. I mean, when you think about where the college game is in its secrecy right now, I mean, the media access for colleges around the country is so limited. I mean, it's just one of those deals where, I think we got 4 days of training camp last year, and then it was shut down.
Right.
There was no more access. And even when you get access, it's stretch, so you can count who's there and who's not there, and then maybe it's a turnover circuit, and it's very individual. I mean, we didn't see any one-on-ones. We didn't see any 7-on-7 work last year in fall camp. And, that's just kind of where the college game has evolved to. Now, here's the question that you have to ask is, does that ultimately affect the popularity of the game in any way? I think that's something that college ADs have to be mindful of is like, hey, are we hurting the popularity in any way because, with everything's behind an iron wall, so to speak? I remember Coach Fulmer wanted to close practices, Ramon, back in, I guess, early 2000s, 2000, 2001, somewhere in there. And Coach Dickey told him, no, you can't do it. You got to keep your practice open because we need the publicity. We need people writing and talking about the program every day. Yeah. So he did not let him close practices down in any way until the 2004 season when Coach Fulmer had the two freshmen and Eric Ainge and Brent Schaefer. But Coach Fulmer wanted to close them earlier because Nick Saban had already closed practices in Baton Rouge.
Wow.
And so that was kind of the trend that was going. And Coach Dickey said, no, we're not doing that because our fans need to know what's going on in the program, every day. And the media has rules. And if they don't follow the rules, you kick them out. But we're going to continue to allow access to your program so that you keep the popularity of your program where it needs to be. And that was Coach Dickey's belief always. But we're long past that world right now. I mean, we are long past that, and I don't know that you're ever going to get it back. There's a handful of teams that let media come, but for the most part, I don't see coaches changing.
That's Brent Hubbs with us this morning, VolQuest and on 3. Hubbs, that's what we were talking about a little bit earlier is when you look at closing off, shutting down the spring game. One, I'll be honest with you, as players, we were in the mindset just don't get hurt. Don't go into the summer getting an injury. But there is the performance side of it, though, to where in front of your fans, you don't want to get embarrassed. I wanted to protect the quarterback. We wanted to see a big run and a big play and stuff like that. And the spring game is I think, a little bit more intimate than what the NFL can offer because these are in smaller cities for the most part, and you have families that grow up and go see these things. Caleb mentioned there has to be something that's, that satisfies Knoxville, Tuscaloosa, Columbia, Athens. They can't just get away from it unless they're about to fully adopt the NFL model at this point. And that means a CBA. That means a salary cap, and that might mean, Hubbs, mandatory contracts too, because if I can't come see you and you've got me behind this iron wall, then I need to know that the players that I'm supporting through NIL potentially are going to be there more than a semester.
Well, I think the contract thing, not so much but your point about the fans is well made, but I think the contract thing is coming because schools are saying, I need you here for more than a semester.
Okay.
Jay Billis talked about this. I think it was on Twitter earlier this week, maybe it was yesterday, where he was talking about you want to slow down some transfer portal activity, then you have got to get contracts to where guys can transfer and gals can transfer whenever they want to, but to do so they got to pay their buyout to leave to go to another school. If you're on a multi-year deal, it's like what everybody talks about. Well, the coaches can move wherever they want to. They can, but you have to pay a buyout to do that unless you've been fired. And so I think that type of mentality to slow down the portal and manage the portal a bit better has to come. Back to your point about fan access, I don't disagree with that. I think that's the concern that you have if you make it more and more secretive. Here's the thing spring games have gotten away from, Ramon. How tired did you get standing there in the heat signing autographs when you were at a spring game?
Yeah. My signature changed 3 times.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. They haven't done those. They haven't done those in Knoxville in 5 to 7 years, probably. Okay. So if you want to have something, then I think you can still do something for the fans, but it's just an NIL event. Hey, you're going to pay $10 a ticket. And we're going to stay out here for 2.5 hours. We won't be in uniform. We're not going to wear pads, but we're going to be out here. We're going to take pictures and sign autographs. And you're basically paying a ticket to come in and do a meet and greet. Yeah. I think you have to be creative and you have to look at some things because I don't think you can lose the touch with the fans. I think you have to be very mindful of that, particularly when fans are wondering semester to semester what their team's going to look like. Who's going to be on my team? Who's not going to be on my team? So I do think that's something ADs have to be very mindful of because coaches are going to want to shut it down more and more and more, right? Limit Look, we want it to all be about football, X's and O's, scheme, training, and that's where we're at. But you cannot let the fans completely lose touch. I think one of the things Tony Vitello has done a terrific job of. It's totally different sport, so it's not fair to compare it. But, man, those kids run the bases after games. You know, those kids are getting autographs. They're meeting players after games, at home games. There's a very intimate feel with his team that I think has helped him, in addition to winning, create a lot of goodwill with his program and the fan base.
Absolutely. There's a method to it, of course, and I'm just old school with it. And, of course, I just enjoy that type of stuff. But with that being said, though, Coach Heupel solidifying the staff for the most part, man. Now outside linebackers coach Lavorne Chop Harbin, man, is officially named. How big was that for Coach Heupel to get that solidified, and also the special team side of it, too?
Well, I think for Coach Chop, it was a no-brainer, okay? And I know Coach Heupel has taken some criticism from some fans because all he does is promote within, right? Joey Halsey, Kelsey Pope, Alec Ablin, those types of things. But when you look at Coach Chop and what he's done the last couple of years, 3 years on the recruiting trail, his impact in recruiting players when he couldn't go on the road, and now he's been able to go on the road. He was on the road in January. You look at what he's done in helping recruit for Tennessee, not just at the defensive line position, but at all positions because of the relationship building he has started with prospects. I think I think he's the most prepared promotion into the role that he's moving into that Josh Heupel has made since he's been here. So I thought that one was a lay down and a no-brainer. And at the end of the day, I know Coach Heupel took a couple of weeks and looked around and that type of thing. But that's where he was always going to go. Evan Crabtree is a special teams coordinator, is a young coach, which, again, I think brings into the spotlight a little bit of weight. You're always promoting. What are we doing there? But Crabtree is a guy who was very hands-on and has been very hands-on schematically with what Mike Heckler is doing and did as a special teams coach. And then he brought him in some help and a veteran. And a guy who has been, coaching for a long time in the special teams world. So I think that it's going to work there. I think Crabtree is a guy who's an up-and-comer. Neither one of those guys are great recruiters, but that's not what that position was necessarily about there. So I think the question now, Ramon, is do they bring in another analyst? Do they bring in another defensive analyst? To kind of fill that void where Coach Chop was, or are they done? I think that's what we're keeping an eye on here the next couple of weeks.
Brent Hubbs, our good friend of VolQuest, joins us every Friday at this time. Always go and check out his War Room article. It is absolutely great information. Let's switch over to some recruiting, Brent, and a couple offensive linemen that are in the mix. Ohio offensive lineman Sam Greer and Florida offensive lineman Grant Wise. What's the latest with those two in particular?
Well, Greer's going to be – he was here in Knoxville back in July and came for a game. He's going to return sometime for spring practice to see Tennessee, and he's going to have an official visit here at some point. He's a guy whose stock is on the rise. I think it's going to continue to rise, but Tennessee was in on that one early, which you're hoping pays some real benefits for him. Grant Wise is a guy who was here in January. Tennessee did a good job with that. They're going to get him back this summer. But he's going to have a lot of suitors out there as well. So, those are two prospects that Tennessee, I think, has positioned themselves pretty solidly with in terms of getting back to campus, this summer, for an official visit. And then we'll see how it closes out from there. But they're definitely involved and heavily involved with both those guys.
Hubbs, when you look at this SEC and Big Ten merge that they have going on with the college football playoffs, man, how real and serious is this going to get as far as Commissioner Sankey and the Big Ten trying to finalize this power struggle that they have right now?
Oh, I think those two are, whether they're big buddies or not big buddies, I think they both know they need each other, and I think they both know together they can run college football. Wow. And I think that's what they're looking at right now. They've got, they're trying to seize control of what the college football playoff system will look like moving forward starting in 26. How much is it going to expand? Are they going to go to 14 teams, 16 teams? Are you going to get 4 automatic buys out of each conference? You know you're getting more revenue than the rest of the country is getting, with the way that arrangement is taking place now. So, I mean, they're the controlling factors. I mean, they're the controlling stockholders, if you will, along with ESPN, and they know it, and they're the ones leading the charge with things. And the ACC doesn't love it, and the Big 12 doesn't love it, but quite frankly, those two conferences haven't been organized and haven't had the financials to swing the stick. And the Big 10 and the SEC realize they do, because they generate more TV revenue than the other two conferences, for sure. And they're using their power, and they're going to use their power to get the college football playoff system to the point where they think it is best for them and best for the game. And how do they generate more revenue for all of that involved? Because at the end of the day, whether we like it or we don't like it, it is about making more money. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's what it's about, because your rev share is coming. Okay. We're going to be at $20 million in rev share. What do you think is going to happen with rev share? It'll be a lot like the NFL salary cap and what they announced in the NFL this week. Hey, your cap is X number of $1 million more, whatever the new number is, right?
75.
You're not going to stay at $20 million in rev share, and that's where you're at for the next 7 years. Jeez. That number is going to grow, so that means you're going to need more money. So how do you make more money? That's what the SEC and the Big 10 are trying to figure it out. That's why the SEC is ultimately going to end up, I think, with 9 conference games, because TV is going to pay them more money for that extra game. That's going to even up the number of conference games between the SEC and the Big 10. And then I think the other question, and the most interesting thing out of what Ross Dellinger reported over the weekend, is does the SEC and the Big 10 have an annual challenge where they're playing each other in their league every year? Okay, how much more beneficial financially is that? I mean, how much more TV money do you get if the SEC and the Big 10 are playing a game every year? I mean, every team in the SEC is playing a Big 10 team every year in the regular season. And I think that's got a lot of intrigue. Coaches may not like it, okay, but I think there's some financial dollars in that one that makes sense. Also makes your scheduling a little bit easier. I think, on a separate note, Ramon, scheduling is really fascinating moving forward. Mm-hmm. How many teams want to follow the Indiana model and try to get out of some non-conference games that they don't think helps them? And we know, look, Tennessee's got – they're on the schedule at this point. They've got Nebraska coming up over the next few years. Does Nebraska want to stay in that game? Or do they look at what happened in the Big Ten and go, you know what? If we go with some patsies in the non-conference and if we get a good draw on our Big Ten schedule – how better of a situation are we in to potentially make the playoffs? So teams are trying to figure out, future scheduling, and the ADs are all going, well, wait a minute, are we going to play each other? Because if we are, then that changes what our schedule looks like and how we do those things as well. So that's a byproduct of this that's going to come out there. But the SEC and the Big Ten are not they're not secretly meeting. They are publicly letting everybody know they're meeting. And what they're doing is they're telling everybody, we're going to dictate the terms of the future of the college football playoff system starting in 26.
Man, and speaking of money being made too, I was told don't be surprised if James Pierce runs like a 4.4 to make money. But of that group that's going up to the Combine next week, Hubbs, who stands the biggest chance to make the biggest splash going into this draft season?
Well, that's a great question, because what are you looking for in the Combine? Okay, if you're a team, what do you need to see out of each individual player? With James Pierce, it's probably not the physicality stuff, right? We're starting to hear all the stories about the character. So his stock is helped the most probably by how he does in an interview setting. I think Omar Norman Lott can help himself physically with what he does athletically. I think Elijah Simmons, not that he's going to be a first-round pick, but I think that's a guy who, depending on what that weight's going to be when he gets there, how much explosion does he show? Because, listen, at the end of the day, it's still a line of scrimmage league, and everybody wants a big boy in the middle that can hold, and that can hold a gap with a little bit of pop. Can Elijah Simmons help himself there? Then maybe the most competitive group is what the running back group is going to look like. There's a bunch of backs in this draft. I mean, a bunch of backs. Dylan Sampson is kind of all over the board. I mean, I've seen him as high as the 6th running back taken and maybe a 2nd-round pick. I've seen him as a 4th-round pick. I think what he does with his speed at the Combine, how does he catch the ball, some things like that. Does he show more versatility at the combine athletically that helps his stock? I think he can help himself. I also think he can hurt himself. He may have the biggest ceiling to jump and the lowest floor to fall to, depending on how he performs at the combine, because that's a position that everybody's still figuring out the value of, and it's a deep position in this draft.
He is Brent Hubbs, our good friend who joins us every Friday at 7:20. Thanks again. We always appreciate you, and great content as always, Brent. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate it, Hubbs.
Thanks. You guys stay warm, and we'll holler at you soon, all right?
Absolutely.
You too. Thanks, Brent.
All right, see ya.
All right. Well, coming up next, this Four Nations tournament that happened over the last week between U.S. and Canada has come to an end. Canada wins. But what's more interesting is what's coming out of this. There is like an NBA NHL feud, which I'm absolutely all about. We'll get into that and take your phone calls coming up next here on 104.5 The Zone.
Is your concrete in need of repair? Maybe your sidewalk is shifting, your driveway is cracked or sinking also, or maybe your porch steps, maybe they've moved on you, man. Shifting concrete can create a dangerous situation and just trip hazard around your home, okay? It's also just a big eyesore. Shimon Foster, whatever's going on with your concrete, call United Structural Systems. Ask them about the polyurethane foam injections. You've heard about USS for a long time. It's the same company that's provided superior foundation repair and waterproofing to Middle Tennessee since 1994. Well, guess what? They can fix your sunken or settling concrete. USS uses polyurethane foam injections to lift and repair your sunken concrete in a matter of minutes. And lifted concrete can be walked on immediately or even driven on after 30 minutes. So don't go through that long, expensive process of ripping out and replacing concrete. Reach out to the company I trust at USS. You can get in contact with them at USSTN.com. That's USSTN.com, or call them 615-488-7855, United Structural Systems.
Welcome back into RK on this Friday morning, wrapping up hour 2 as the sun is starting to shine outside. We loved to see it. It's still going to be cold, though, folks. Sorry. If you were looking for it to heat up all of a sudden, that's not happening. So just bundle up like I am in the studio, and everybody's asking me, is there any heat in the studio? Not a lot, folks.
Got to pay the heating bill, Kayla. That's what we
I know,
do.
right? All right, so we talked about the Four Nations tournament. It's been a success. I think it's probably one of the smartest things that the NHL has done to help the look of their sport here this year, because we've seen what all-star games have become. There's nothing surprising about that. And we can say it about every major sport for the most part. The all-star games just aren't the same as they used to be. So the Four Nations tournament wrapped up yesterday with Team Canada getting the win in overtime over the U.S. It was a great game, though, back and forth, fast hockey, which we love to see. I think it brought a lot of eyes to the game last night, but it has also stirred up a bit of a feud between the NHL and NBA. So if you've lived in Nashville a long time or you follow the Nashville Predators, you know of PK Subban. Very passionate player. He played here for the Predators for a while, did some good things for him. He is now the face of hockey for ESPN and their coverage. And earlier this week, he was on First Take and had a bold statement about how the culture of hockey and NBA is very different in terms of what they should do with these all-star games and how the NHL has kind of set the tone with this Four Nations tournament. And he said, you know, hockey is different because you have to go out there and you have to be physical and you have to show, you know, passion with the fights. Where the NBA, you can kind of go through the game with emotion. And the NBA did not take well to that moan. And neither did some of their representatives, who we'll get to in a minute, one of the biggest in Charles Barkley. But would you agree that maybe the sport of NBA should do something different to bring more eyes in?
Should they do something different? It boils down to the players. That's the difference in what PK Subban and other leagues have in front of them too, is it comes down to the players and the power that they have too. I've heard Kevin Garnett say this time and time again, the players in the NBA are the only league, in my opinion, or in his opinion, that has the most flex and power. That's what you're running into. So if they don't want to play, they don't have to. And that game is somewhat turned into what we're honestly America's favorite sport, the Pro Bowl. The Pro Bowl's in the same conversation as it pertains to the physicality of the play that hockey is dealing with. It's just that one comes at the end of the season and hockey's placed right in the middle of it. So it's almost comparing apples to oranges in a sense. One, the NBA players have a whole lot of power. The hockey players don't, right? Then you also look at it, if we say, well, the NFL, well, the Pro Bowl is a cupcake game too. Well, it's also at the end of the season when guys have already taken the pads off. I get what PK Subban is saying as far as like, hey, your all-stars should play in these games. But here's the thing. Again, I've been on this Kevin Garnett and Nick Saban kick as of lately, okay? KG said this too, like, the way people view the NBA too, like the eyes have to be skewed, like they have to change a little bit more. Steph Curry had an amazing game in the All-Star game. Those guys competed. I saw Kevin Durant be overly excited for Steph Curry winning the MVP of that too. Mm-hmm. Or the fact that you still have a guy in LeBron James that's around the game in itself. Like we're watching LeBron, although he did not play in the game, All-Star game.
He was there though, and he doesn't do a lot of the pre stuff.
He's 40.
Too. Yeah. He's 40. He's a man.
Who in hockey, and maybe I'm wrong because I'm not versed in hockey like that, but who in hockey is playing
not
at
many.
40?
No, especially that sport. There's not many.
Whether LeBron's representation or whether he play or certain guys choose to sit that game out, it is their format, and it's on the fans to just pull out of it and say they don't want any parts of it, but to change their method and how they do it when the game is just totally different too. The athlete, in my opinion, is way better than it ever has been for the sport of basketball. Like, I know you want to go, Bill and Barron, just smack people out of the air and stuff, but that era of basketball isn't there anymore.
Right.
Now, facilitating it to be a smidge better, I can understand that. But that comes down to the player and the power that ownership has. And right now, ownership have none.
Well, when it came to saying that there is a lack in terms of a face of the league for the NBA, Charles Barkley, who is incredible on TNT and, does the best work in terms of some of the broadcasters that I've seen in terms of a former player. He was on TNT tip-off the other day with the guys. And he did not like that comment that was previously made about not having a face of the league. So here is what Charles Barkley had to say about it.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
I saw some guys on another network the other day talking about face of the league. And I was so annoyed just sitting around watching. And, you know, Jerry started with Kevin Durant was talking about Wemby being the face of the league. First of all, you don't give anybody the face of the league. Am I right, Shaq? Shaq took being face of the league. When Magic Johnson and Larry Bird came in, they're like, we're the new sheriffs in town. Shaq took it. Kobe took it. LeBron took it. Steph took it. But I get so annoyed when I hear these guys like, you don't give somebody something. That's one of the problems we got. These idiots won't play an All-Star game. We've given them so much. They don't have no respect for the history. But you don't give anybody the face of the game. You take it.
Yeah. You don't anoint them. It becomes. It's what the player. It's what the player's made of and what the player wants.
And to counter what Chuck's saying, whoever they will be, they will try to put somebody as the face of the league. They do that, but you know, Chuck makes a great point. You have to go take it.
Yep.
And you know, while they're sitting saying him, John Moran is thinking something different. Luka's thinking something different. You know, a lot of young guys say, okay, you're gonna make him a face
Man is thinking something different.
Man is thinking something different. So, you know, it's just them against us syndrome.
I mean, I don't disagree with that at all.
Don't disagree. It's a
great point.
And here's the other thing, though, too. It's just like basketball does. That's why I do enjoy watching it from time to time, because when you are the best, nobody else is going to hold you back from it. There's a young player, and Anthony Edwards right now, that if Ja don't get his stuff together, which Ja may have already missed that boat, because there's rumors of him being traded out of Memphis soon enough. But it's also another one of those behind-the-scene plays by ownership. If they trade away Ja is not eligible for a Supermax. You know what I'm saying? So, like, the business side of the NBA may be coming more to the forefront, to where the owners are trying to put themselves in positions to where they can somewhat make players play in those games. But the face of the league, here's the other side of it, too. As of late, it's been Steph. And LeBron's been in the mix with that one, too. But the league changed when Steph incorporated the three-point shot. Now what has happened across the NBA and college and high school? I've seen high school games where players don't even go to – they don't even take the layup no more. They go for it. They'll stop at the three-point line. And that also trickulates into the All-Star games, the sitting out. LeBron did it. Other players have done it, too, to where – they go as their leaders say they should. And that's the most fascinating part of it to me about the NBA game. Now, Luka getting traded did a lot. If Ja is traded out of Memphis, that will tell me a whole lot more about what the ownership is doing by not allowing these guys be in position to where they get super maxes, and then they can control what they do and don't want to do, because their deals are honored as guaranteed contracts. That's another thing, too, is a lot of people say that NBA has guaranteed contract. The owners honor the contract more than anything else, and at some point, they're going to start snatching money back and trying to gain that power, because these hits that they're taking as far as viewership can only last so long, too.
Very interesting conversation. We'll continue our conversation, but just flip it to football, because the quarterbacks are what are ruling every conversation, I feel like, throughout the week in terms of the NFL draft and what the Titans should do or shouldn't do when it comes to taking a quarterback. We've got another analyst that's saying do it when it comes to taking Cam Ward. We'll get into that and much more coming up in Hour 3 of RKW here on 104.5 The Zone.
What's up? It's Will Bowling, and I want to update you with some exciting news from my friends at Brentwood Hearing Center, who is always committed to providing patients with the most recent hearing device technology. Recently, their leadership team attended the launch of a revolutionary hearing aid, the Phonax Sphere. It's dedicated to helping patients hear well in situations when there's background noise. This thing has a computer chip in it completely dedicated to address speech in noise. It'll help you when you're out to dinner at a noisy restaurant, or you're sitting at a sporting event. You're hearing the conversation going on behind you, maybe in front of you. You just want to hear the person next to you. If you have difficulty hearing conversation when there's background noise, or maybe you have a family member that can't hear you as well as they used to be able to when you're talking to them with a lot of people around, give Brentwood Hearing Center a call at 615 377-0420. Schedule your demonstration of this industry-changing hearing aid technology, which also connects directly to your smartphone and your television. You can visit them online as well at BrentwoodHearingCenter.com. That's 615-377-0420. Brentwood Hearing Center. Better hearing, better life.
What's going on? 801, good morning from the 104.5 The Zone Studios. I am Robert Walsh. Free agent cornerback and former Titan Elijah Molden signing a 3-year extension with the Chargers worth about $18 million. He gets a healthy $13.5 million in guarantees after a well-deserved year. Molden had coming off a career high of 3 interceptions and 2 fumble recoveries. To Dallas, where Cowboys guard Zach Martin is retiring from the NFL after 11 seasons. He earned 9 Pro Bowl nods, 7 first-team All-Pro selections, and 2 second-team All-Pro honors, and even finished second in offensive rookie voting in 2014. He retires tied with Randall McDaniel and John Hanna for the most first-team All-Pro selections earned by a guard in NFL history. And the finale of the Four Nations face-off last night went into overtime tied 2-2 before Connor McDavid scored the game-deciding goal as Canada takes it 3-2. For all your foundation repair and your waterproofing needs, you got to go to USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Happy Friday to you out there, all of our listeners, our viewers. It is Friday, and we're going to act like it here on RKW, entering hour 3 of the program. Ramon Foster is in the house. Robert Walsh is here. I'm Kayla Anderson, and we've had a good show so far. A little bit mix of everything. We always appreciate Brent Hubbs. If you missed that, you can always go check out the podcast after the show and check out some of the great things he had to say about the future of college football, which is ever-changing.
It is.
So
definitely.
Very interesting. What's also interesting, Moan, is that it seems that Cam Ward is gaining a little bit more steam when it comes to believers. And we'll get to a clip of Jordan Reed, an ESPN analyst, in a minute. However, there is one ESPN columnist, Aaron Schultz, who says, who says that's maybe not what the Tennessee Titans need to do in his recent article.
Yeah, it was. It's such a back and forth on these quarterbacks and just the Titans having this number 1 overall spot, man. Aaron Schatz of ESPN says that it's like, don't select the quarterback number 1 overall. He also goes on to say the analytical standard is normally that a quarterback position is so important that a franchise has to take a quarterback at the top of the draft if they need one. But many draft analysts don't feel that any of this year's quarterbacks are truly worth the first overall selection. So maybe the best thing is to not reach. Now, it does go to, and this is what I've said too, if you love them, take them.
Sure.
If you believe it works for you, whether it be Cam Ward, whether it be Shedeur Sanders, you take those guys, because if you hit on that guy, you got them for at least 10 years, right? If they are what you think they are. Now, again, we talked about Jaden Daniels last year and C.J. Stroud the year before. Heck, we still got to bring up Caleb and, of course, Bryce, too. Like, that's the thing about him.
And Bo Nix was a surprise.
Bo Nix was a surprise from all things that we've heard, too. Drake May seems to be the guy also in New England that Vrabel should be super excited about. But he goes on to say this: the AFC is currently loaded, and the Titans shouldn't use the number 1 pick on the middle of the pack quarterback. Again, the love that you have for what you want your franchise to look like is totally up to you in the front office, man. Whether you believe they are middle of the pack or you believe that, no, this is our guy. The same way that Andy Reid felt about Patrick Mahomes. The same way in the second round that Philly felt about Jalen Hurts. Like, sometimes these guys work out for you and sometimes they just don't. All of this, the more and more we get into the conversation about this number 1 overall pick, or if they choose to move back, is a crap shot. It just is. I thought Robert Gallery, when he came out, and I think it was 2004, if I'm not mistaken, 03-04, was going to be the best offensive lineman that ever walked this earth. And he ended up going top 5.
Dang.
Top 5, and he ended up as a tackle. Ended up having to finish his career as a guard. Now, I know a lot of people give Peter Skoronski flack here about him moving from tackle to guard, but imagine a top 5 pick and Robert Gallery having to move to a guard instead of being your franchise tackle. But Aaron Schatz continues and goes on to say the Titans should draft edge rusher Abdul Carter or cornerback wide receiver Travis Hunter instead of forcing a competitive window where one doesn't exist. Now, that's also where I'm at, too. Like, unless there's about to be some magic dust sprinkled on the Tennessee Titans, like, realistically, players know it, too. Coaches also understand where their team is at. Like, a Super Bowl window. Heck, we hadn't even started to grab the window pane or anything. Okay, like we're not
shout
even
out Window Nation.
Yeah, shout out to Window Nation. We're not lifting any windows just yet. It's not open, in my opinion. So I somewhat do agree with that. Go for what is going to be the best thing to help build your team up. Now, if Bergonzi and Chad and Coach Callahan feel it's a quarterback, shoot your shot. That's where I'm at on it. But it's an interesting take from a guy that did this breakdown for all the teams in the NFL. One of them was also Miami taking Trey Smith. He's got the Steelers trade for quarterback Matthew Stafford. So there's a lot of this in this conversation. As it pertains to another one I thought was super interesting was for the Buffalo Bills. He said, blow the Bengals out of the water with a T. Higgins trade offer.
Wow.
That would help them tremendously in Buffalo.
They need a wide receiver because Amari Cooper is a free agent.
It's a bunch of circumstances that he's written out, but he also put out there that the Titans should not take a quarterback at number 1. But Kayla, on the other side of that, Jordan Reed has something else to say.
Dude, and I feel like every day, Moan, the reason why we talk about this so much is, A, we need to because they have the number 1 overall pick and they have a chance to get their quarterback. But it is so polarizing because these quarterbacks technically don't grade out as well as some of the quarterbacks in the past. And I think that's where this Jordan Reed conversation comes into play. So he's great when it comes to his analyst work on ESPN. He does college, a lot of that in terms of the draft. And he was on the Dominique Foxworth show.
I didn't know Dominique had a show.
Yeah, he has a show. I've seen it before pop up on my feed.
Classic Steeler blindness.
I know.
Just not
He's
wanting
like,
to
I
pay
didn't
attention.
know he had a show.
I didn't. I legitimately did not know Dominique had a show, but it seems to be
It's
good.
actually pretty legit.
Yeah.
And so he was on, Jordan Reed was the other day, and this is what he has to say about what he thinks in terms of Cam Ward getting drafted, because he feels that Cam Ward is actually underrated.
Really different type of skill sets with these quarterbacks, but I'm really interested to see where they go just because everybody likes to bring up last year's quarterback class, and I get it. It was really good. We had three guys go at the top, 6 total in the first round. And this class obviously is not last year's class, but I think we have 2 really talented guys at the top of the draft.
When you compare it to last year's class, where would these guys fit in theory? Like I'm assuming they're below the top 3. I don't know where you had McCarthy, but Penix and Nix also.
I mean, even without factoring how they played this season, because I think that makes it. I think that makes it a lot harder. Obviously, if it's possible that you can erase that from your mind, I think that's an interesting question.
So for me, I'm completely different on my opinion of Cam Ward. I think he's being severely underrated in this year's draft class. I have him ahead of JJ McCarthy. If he was in this draft class, I think he would be in contention to be the first quarterback picked after those guys that we saw go at the top of the draft, and Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May. I think Cam Ward would definitely be in that tier along with JJ McCarthy as being that 4th quarterback off of the board. Now with Shedeur, I think he's more so in the mix of with Bo Nix and then also Michael Penix of being that 5th or 6th quarterback off of the board. But for me, Cam Ward will firmly be in the mix of being picked ahead of JJ McCarthy if he was in last year's draft class.
Okay. I mean, does that convince you anymore that, hey, look, Cam Ward maybe is a little underrated. Maybe he's not getting, and Shedeur too in this, maybe they're not getting the love in terms of the grades that they should be getting. And maybe it's not as big as of a risk for teams that need a quarterback this year to go up and get it, or for just the Titans to simply stick and pick a quarterback.
Yeah, it simply boils down to, can you craft a system? Can you believe in the guy's talent too? Because here's one thing that was undeniable last year. The talent that these quarterbacks had, I think everybody knew what they were getting out of it. You go back and look at this list, you don't realize how many quarterbacks was actually taken last year.
Last year, it's a good class.
Caleb Williams, you knew what you were getting, right?
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels, you knew at least a shell of what you were getting with him too. Drake May, I think may have had the most questions.
Underrated, I think.
And Jordan Reed said he would have taken Drake, he would have put Cam Ward ahead of Drake May. So that means number 3 overall. But Drake May is in that conversation. Michael Penix Jr. surprised everybody by being taken 8th overall, and his play when he got in was good. You got to give it to him. And, of course, Bo Nix. I mean, that is –
I think he went to the perfect situation, Mo.
Bo?
I really do. I don't think if Bo went anywhere else, he would have seen such instant success, because he went with Sean Payton, who has been known for, if he gets his quarterback, he will do you right. And just the system that he was put into, I think that helped him set him up for success more than if he would have landed anywhere else.
Who also will be 25 next week, by the way. So he's an older player in himself. But this is what Sean Payton wanted, was Bo Nix also. So it does. But that's what I mean, too, if we're talking about Cam and Shedeur.
The fits.
The fit. Can you make this offense go in the direction that you want it to?
For sure.
And especially this part of it, too. How much does it help you win if you select one player instead of moving back and getting multiple picks? How do you feel about what Jordan Reed had to say as far as, do you feel Cam is being underrated? Cam Ward is being underrated.
Yeah, I think it's a little unfair in terms of Shedeur and Cam this year in terms of what they are being compared to last year. I don't necessarily like that. And I think we've heard a lot of that of, hey, look at these quarterbacks last year. This is where Cam and Shedeur would have been. They would have been at the bottom of all of these quarterbacks. First of all, this is not last year's draft. Yep. So figure, get rid of that comparison.
But it's fair to compare, though, because the same thing was done with, we did this a year before C.J. Stroud.
It's getting them treated a little bit unfair in terms of that makes it seem like they're just dirty laundry. Like, throw them out. They're not worth the number 1 overall pick. I think that's where you have to be careful about comparing from last year.
We did the same thing, though, I think a couple of years ago with the tackles. It wasn't a great class for tackles, is what a lot of people were saying, too. So it does happen position to position, depending upon what the talent for the year is. So there is a case to be made about how these GMs and scouts and analysts view their talent. So that is fair, because it does happen at other positions. Last year, or 2 years ago, it was the same thing with running backs too, or wide receivers. Like, who was the guy? Last year wasn't a question at wide receiver, but the year before that it was. So it happens from time to time.
Sure.
Though.
I think it's been more of a heated topic, though, because you've only got 2 that are really being talked about. So I think they're under a microscope even more. So it does kind of shade our opinions a little bit. Should they really roll the dice? Or is it really rolling the dice? Like Jordan Reed just said, maybe Cam Ward is a little underrated. But to each is your own. That's why we have these conversations almost every day, because I even flop every day on if I really truly feel the Titans need a quarterback with what they have surrounding them right now, or if they be more on the safe side. So it's an interesting topic. Coming up next, let's ask our good friend Bryan McFadden, your former teammate with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's currently with CBS. Let's ask him about this whole Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders thing, and then also the DBs. The Titans definitely need to beef up their safety room. Where should maybe they look in the NFL draft? We'll get to much more of that coming up next on RKW here on 104.5, the Zone. The show.
Hey, it's Will Bowling. If you've been looking for cars and you see the words buy here, pay here, maybe you're thinking, it's not really a place that I want to go. And look, I get it. Most of those dealers, they come with certain reputations, right? But I'm here to tell you there is one place you can go. That's Nolensville Road Auto Mart. They are different for a few simple reasons. They've been doing business in Nashville for 61 years, and they're Nashville natives that sell only clean title cars under 12 grand. So if you're new to town, you need a place to trust, they have got you. Maybe you're looking for that first car for the new driver in your family. They can do that too. And don't take my word for it on its own. The Google reviews, they're excellent as well, and that is saying something for a car dealership. One location on Nolensville Road, close to Thompson Lane. They'll get you in and out in an hour or less. And the best part, they're the oldest buy here, pay here in Nashville, and they work with your financing if you've got it. 615-242-1279. Flexibility, transparency, and honesty. That's why I recommend Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Give them a call at 615-242-1279.
Welcome back into RK on this Friday morning. We're going to spice it up a little. We got our good friend, Bryan McFadden of CBS Sports. Of course, you know him as a former Pittsburgh Steeler, Florida State Seminole. What's up, B-Mac?
What's happening, everybody? How's everybody doing?
Good, B-Mac, man. Happy Friday, my brother. We made it to the end of the week, man.
I know, right? You know, you're not really living until every day is a Saturday. You know, when you're retired and not doing anything, that's when you're really living. So we're not there yet.
We not there yet, Mac. We try to knock out a couple more goals, man. But I think about it. I ain't gonna lie. I think about it, Mac.
So, Brian, I think the last time we spoke to you, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was when Ran Carthon was just let go. Was that right?
Yeah, that was the same day. So let's see if I bring any more breaking news for you guys to jump on, because no one was expecting that. Actually, we had a conversation that led into that breaking news for you guys. So I know you had a great day that day.
I'm telling you, it was wild. And I'm just curious with your thoughts after the fact. And they've hired Mike Borgonzi since. They have Chad Brinker, Mike Borgonzi, and now Bryan Callahan is this new 3 trio. They've added some other guys in upper management. What do you feel about the changes? Are you still I feel like, do you still feel like it was a bad idea in terms of the firing of Ran Carthon, or did they make it up in hiring Mike Borgonzi?
I mean, that's to be determined. You know, with Mike, I guess we got to see how everything plays out. Of course, he's getting ready to embark on his very first draft, his very first free agency. So I think we can kind of get a telling sign on what he is, who he is as a GM. But to answer your question, you know, I was a bit confused, and I'm still confused because there's no stability with the Titans organization. Even before hiring Ran, you look at how they went about hiring GMs, firing GMs, hiring coaches, firing coaches. There's no structure. So I felt like it was a bit premature. But let's see if it all works out in the favor of the organization. But from my viewpoint, just like you guys were, I was overly surprised because I did not see that happening.
Bryan McFadden with us this morning. B-Mac, I wanted to jump in real quick as you bring that up, just like the cohesion of hiring and firing. It's like usually the GM pick his head coach, or the head coach get hired, and doing like Jacksonville do, the GM comes in with them in some capacity. Basically a partnership. With that being said, how do you feel as far as like the safety of a coach in Bryan Callahan that has basically new management? I've said on a scale of 1 to 10 how confident I feel about him moving forward. It's about a 3 right now, because this team got a lot to make up. Winning is a part of it too, B-Mac, but you know how it is. When you hire a new GM, sometimes they like to bring in their own folks too. Where are you at on that side of it? Not that we want Coach Bryan Callahan to get fired or nothing, but there's trends in this business, B-Mac.
Yeah, and to your point, Ramon, I don't think Bryan Callahan has the luxury of working with patience on his side, honestly, because we look at the last few, you know, positions there with Tennessee. When you look at the head coach and you look at the GM, usually teams hire those 2 individuals together, right? Yep. And you look at the last 2 instances with Tennessee, that wasn't the case. And both individuals eventually got fired. So if you're Bryan Callahan, number 1, you need to really get in your bag and do a heck of a job. Number 2, you need to understand that recent history has shown all of us your job isn't safe, especially if you're not tied hip to hip with the GM. And clearly that's not the situation right now.
Right. Bryan McFadden of CBS Sports joining us this morning on RK. So that brings us to the NFL draft, and the Titans have the number 1 overall pick. While it's exciting to have, you never want to be in this position. And of course, Bryan Callahan is also, like we just mentioned, feeling the pressure in this second year to get it right in terms of whatever they do. But there's no quarterback right now for sure for this franchise, because we don't know what's going on with Will Levis. It doesn't look like he will be the guy moving forward. So what do you do if you're the Titans with that number 1 overall pick, B-Mac?
If you don't have a quarterback in the NFL, you don't have wins. And you're right, Will Levis doesn't look like he is the guy right now. And you don't have time to wait for Will Levis. So in my opinion, what I would do is I would utilize the first overall selection on a quarterback. You know, it depends on which
guy you favor more in the building there in Tennessee and Nashville. But you got to go get a quarterback. You have to. You have to.
Mm-hmm.
And I said this, weeks ago when I was on with you guys, I felt like Will Levis was overdrafted. And because of that, he came in with high expectations that he was not ready to make just off pure talent and QB experience in terms of playing at a high level. But that's the hand you were forced to play with, and it didn't work out well. Now, what's next? You got to try to find a way to rectify that issue. So I understand people talk about maybe taking another positional player or entertaining picks. Of course, you always got to entertain if someone wants to move up. But if you don't get the quarterback situation right, you're going to be in a very, very bad position once again. And think about this, guys. Bryan Callahan became the head coach for Tennessee because he worked with who? Joe Burrow. They had success. So he understands and he knows firsthand how important a good quarterback is for everyone involved, especially on the offensive side. So I think that's the direction to go because you guys know firsthand. It's been hard watching Tennessee not play with the quarterback. It's hard.
Yeah, no doubt about it, B-Mac. Bryan McFadden with us this morning. B-Mac, on that side of things, man, how do you view these two quarterbacks, man, the top two guys? Like, I could throw in Jackson Dart if you want to, but let's stick to the top two. Cam and Shedeur, man, what are the intangibles that you like, man, and what do you think their pathway through the NFL needs to be successful too? Because we don't speak about that enough. We put black eyes on that word system quarterback, B-Mac, but like I know, every quarterback has a system that they are successful in, like Brock Purdy is to San Francisco, or how like Patrick Mahomes is to Andy Reid, like Brady was to Belichick. How do you view these guys, and what's the pathway to success for them?
I view them as 1A, 1B, honestly. I think both quarterbacks are definitely QB1s. I think both quarterbacks are very, very talented. Both quarterbacks know how to handle adversity. And it's all about your personal view and your personal favorites for either Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. And I think they're the two best quarterbacks. And the gap of separation is far between those two compared to the third best guy or the fourth best guy. For Tennessee, you have to look at both guys and really dissect their film from top to bottom. The thing I love about Shedeur Sanders is his ability to change cultures, his ability to instantly provide a winning mentality. And the reason why I love that is because I've seen him do it. Yeah. Remember when he went to Jackson State? Before he was there, that team was horrible. That team didn't have a shot at all. Then in comes Shedeur Sanders along with Coach Prime, transfers as well. But instantly we saw a change in culture because of the quarterback. And Ramon, you know this, the quarterback is the biggest leadership position on a football team. That's a leadership position, regardless if you want to be a leader or not. That is the biggest leadership position on the football field. And then when you look at going to Colorado, what did he do? Yeah. Change Colorado for the better. And I can tell you this much, Ramon, and everyone listening in your cars. Mm-hmm. One thing I know about Shedeur Sanders, he can do more with less. Because throughout his 2 years in Colorado, his offensive line play was horrible. Mm. It was bad. But he still gave you great numbers as an individual, and those numbers provided what? Wins. That's important. Now, when it comes to Cam Ward, he's just a naturally talented quarterback. And sometimes he relies on his talent too much because he knows he has the it factor. So the thing I love about Cam, the moment is never too big for him. He embraced pocket adversity. When pockets collapse, he embraced it, and he can also get out of the pocket to make things happen with his legs. So it isn't just about a personal preference, but if I'm Tennessee, I'm doing my due diligence on either guy because one of these guys you need to select to try to change your trajectory in where you're going at the quarterback position.
Brent McFadden joining us this morning on RKW. So here's the other question. I think a lot of fans are like, you go get the quarterback, who the hell are they throwing to? Because really, the one guy we have right now is Calvin Ridley. Traylon Burks has been up to this point pretty much a bust. Tyler Boyd is a free agent. NWI, Nick Westbrook-Akine, their kind of riser in terms of what he's done for them, is a free agent. So with this group of wide receivers in this draft, they don't have a third-round pick. They've got a second-round pick. Is there anybody you would go and get if you're the Titans in that second round, or could you find value later?
Kayla, this is a very, very deep wide receiver class. It is, and you need to add talent. One thing I would consider with Tennessee, if you're going to get a young quarterback, the best way to get him to flourish is to add talent around him, young talent and veteran talent as well. The free agency market at wide receivers isn't very, very deep, but you can find you some valuable players. But to answer your question, a guy that I really like that could be a guy that could be maybe late second, third, maybe fourth round, depending on what happens in throughout this pre-draft process, is Savion Williams, wide receiver from TCU. Savion is about 6'3", 225. Yeah. He's very, very raw, but he's ultra talented. Savion played wide receiver for TCU. He also played running back. And in both cases, he put up outstanding numbers, highlight reel. You don't oftentimes see a 6'3" running back that can play running back and play wide receiver. So that tells you how talented he is. I'm intrigued to see what he runs, because as I talk about him and as you guys look at some of his film, get back to me, let me know what you think. But he is a guy that could actually elevate his draft stock if he goes out and runs well. When I watch him on tape, I think he's a 4.4 guy. Me personally, wow. I think he's a 4.4 guy. Now, that has to be confirmed when it comes to running. But if he's a 4.4 guy and he's 6'3", 225, Kayla Ramon, look at the name Savion Williams from TCU, and I'm telling you, he is a big body. Some people have compared him to Cordell Patterson, but I think he's a little more nimble than Cordell was coming out of Tennessee years ago. But he's the same type body guy, big, fast, athletic, and he's a football player. He was like their Deebo Samuel for TCU last year.
Kind of like a Swiss Army knife. Okay.
Yes, but he's different. He can go. When you see him running, he's pulling away from people, and if you draft him and you really allow him to fine-tune his skills at one position, which I think is wide receiver, you might have a diamond in the rough.
That's fascinating. I'm seeing Nico Collins comparison. You said a little bit more nimble than that also then, B-Mac. Wow, fascinating, man.
Listen. When y'all get done with y'all show, watch his tape.
We'll bring him up on film. Yeah.
Please do. I think he's a guy that could really improve his draft stock because he's 6'3". He's like 225. Those are big body types that you want, but he also has really hot tape, and most importantly, he's a football player.
Got you. Speaking of football players, man, one that many can't make anything of at this point, man, other than you want them on your team, B-Mac. And considering you are a DB, former DB, man, I got to ask you about Travis Hunter. What is he? Where would you play him? How special is he, B-Mac?
I mean, I would play him at wide receiver, man. I really would. And the reason why is because he's special when he gets the football in his hands. And as a wide receiver, you have more opportunities to make impacts, to have an impact on ball games than cornerback. Sometimes when you play cornerback, the only time you're really heavily involved is when you're getting target. And I understand people saying, well, if he's not getting target, that's a good thing. It is, but that doesn't mean it helps the other areas of your defense either. That's the thing. So I think he is a special guy because he can make the offense, the entire team better, more so than on the defensive side. I'm not saying, though, he shouldn't play both. I think he should play both. He should earn the right to play both. But if you're telling me I had to pick one position that I would like to see him on the football field more so than not, give me wide receiver and, go from there. But the one luxury that he has, though, I can tell you this much. If he goes in as a DB and he's drafted as a cornerback, you still can have situations where he's involved offensively in terms of, red zone, third down package, second and long package. Yeah. Those are things he can be involved in the football on the offensive side when they're on the football field. But I just love what he does, man, as a wide receiver.
Mac, in your personal opinion, though, man, I've said receiver too, but is it harder to learn being a DB or in the secondary than it is wide receiver, you think, too? Like, instantly as far as, like, impact. Is it easier to learn wide receiver?
Well, it depends on what system he goes to.
Okay.
Because I can tell you this much, just speaking on what we did in Pittsburgh, especially when it comes to regular personnel and then our sub packages, nickels, dimes, things like that. You had to really know. And then we also had a lot of double coverages as well. Depending on what the offense comes out in, if they motion to something, we switch to either the second number or the first number. Depends on what it's called. One thing, I don't want to say one is easier than the other, but I'll say this. He's shown the ability to master both because we've never seen a college player do what he did. Play every snap at corner, play every snap at wide receiver, and never seen a mental mistake from him. That tells you about his studying, and that tells you about his football intellect as well. So I think whatever situation he goes into, I think he can handle either or in terms of the knowledge, how fast he picks it up, and being able to execute either side in a flawless way.
So if I asked you to put your GM hat on for real quick, D-Mac, because you've been around this league for a long time, you're 2-time Super Bowl champion, you've checked a lot of boxes in your life, man. If the Titans have no trade partner and they got to stick and pick at number one, who are you taking, Shedeur, Cam, Travis, or Abdul, to really put yourself in a position to say, yeah, we're getting better this year?
I'm taking Shedeur Sanders, and here's why. Going to Tennessee is kind of what he did when he went to Colorado, a very, very bad situation. Offensive line play, inconsistent. Playmakers offensively, not there. And he went in and he made Kool-Aid with no sugar.
Yeah.
Tennessee is the same thing. You got a package of Kool-Aid and you ain't got no sugar, but you got to make it taste good. So I'm going off what I've seen from Shedeur in terms of turning a bad situation around for the better. He actually did it twice. Because one thing I know about Tennessee, if you draft a quarterback, not throwing any shade on one unit, but the offensive line ain't that good.
All right.
It ain't. Right. And it's not going to drastically become the best unit in the National Football League overnight. It's going to take time. But give me a quarterback who is used to getting beat up. Give me a quarterback who is used to, running for his life. Because he has embraced that. He had to do it. So now when he goes into a situation, because he's been used to being in that environment, it's not going to look like how it looked with Caleb Williams this past year in Chicago when his offensive line play was bad. And it was like an eye-opening experience for him. Caleb wasn't used to that at USC, right?
Right.
But guess who's been used to running for his life throughout college football? Shedeur Sanders. So he understands that moment. And one thing I love about Shedeur Sanders, and Ramon, you can appreciate this, he never once complained or showed his offensive lineman up in game nights, on game days. When he was consistently getting hit, getting sacked, getting beat up, he never once came to the sideline and showed them up.
Right.
All he did was get back in the iPad, find a way, make it work, and he was successful. So I think that's the situation that whoever the young quarterback walks into for the Titans organization, well, that's what he would have to embrace. Who is ready for that and who has endured that type of fire before is Shedeur Sanders.
Man.
Yes, I'm telling you, we're going back and forth in terms of what they should do at number one and even drafting a quarterback, and that may have convinced some people there. One more quickly from me, B-Mac, before we let you go. The Titans need depth at safety. There's no doubt about it. Right now they have Amani Hooker and then everybody else who is pretty much not a name. Is there any safety prospects in this draft that we should be on the lookout for?
Well, when it comes to the Titans not having a second-round pick.
Third. They
don't have a third.
A third round, yeah. Excuse me, not having a third-round pick. That's a very, very sticky situation because there's good value when it comes to third-round potential DBs. Now, the cap space for Tennessee, it's not a bad situation. It's not a bottom five situation for Tennessee. I can give you a name I would love for Tennessee to maybe think about in free agency. Well, two names. Justin Reed from Kansas City, Javon Holland from Miami. Mm-hmm. I think either guy could definitely improve your secondary because that is the one area when you look at having L'Jarius Sneed coming back, you got a CB1. It's about having guys in the back end that can be the ultimate traffic cop, but also be playmakers as well. And both guys, Justin Reed and Javon, have shown the ability to do so. And when you look at Javon, he didn't have his best year for Miami. In 4 years of Miami, last year was probably his worst. The other 3 years, he was outstanding. But he's still a high-level player. He's still 24. Mm-hmm. He doesn't turn 25 until next month sometime. Wow. And I don't know exactly what his market will look like, but in terms of, bringing in an experienced, talented guy, either one, I think, instantly improves your defense. Either one would be a day one starter, so you have to wait and see how fast they get acclimated. You instantly bring in a guy that will start. It could start at either safety, free or strong, and they will give you sound production instantly. So those are two names, I think, when you look at the free agency pool at the safety spot, that could be available. And I don't know exactly what their market will look like. That's above my pay rate. But if there's a way to kind of see what you can do to get that type of experienced talent into your building, I think that would be the first potential move I would consider. Now, like I said, you still have value, but not having a third rounder, I don't know if they would be willing to try to draft a safety in the second round. Sure. I don't know. But those are two names I think the Titans should consider.
Yeah, no, and it's a great point because then, unless they trade down and get more picks, you're right. You've got still have to address the right tackle position on this team. You mentioned you need to get a playmaker. So not a bad idea there, BMAC. We appreciate you. Bryan McFadden of CBS Sports, always appreciate you coming on the show and giving your insight.
Absolutely, BMAC.
Hey, thank you for having me.
No doubt.
All right.
It was awesome about Mac.
Yeah,
I like
Grace. I like different perspective. I know some people are like, well, what does he know about the Titans? He actually follows the Titans pretty closely. He's appeared on our show several times, and he's a former player and understands different positions. He's tuned in different ways, so really enjoy his takes every time.
I do too, man. Mac is just good at his job. He's not on CBS for no reason. He's on there for a particular reason, and he has grown over the years too. So.
Absolutely. Well, when we wrap up Hour 3 here on RK a long-term career in the NFL has finally come to a close for one offensive lineman. And we're going to give him all the flowers because we have a former offensive lineman on the show as well. We'll get to that and much more here on RKW 104.5 The Zone. Wrapping up hour 3 here on RKW. And before we get to the news of offensive lineman Zach Martin retiring, I do want to say Robert Walsh now has a chance to play for the New York Yankees because they have done away with their no facial hair rule. So the clean cut thing is gone there.
That's crazy.
And if you have facial hair like Bert does and the long wavy locks, you can now play for the New York Yankees.
I would never in my life. They would have to sign me to a $100 million contract only because I don't want to live in New York. I don't want to go up there. I like driving. I don't like taxis. I would go play for the Colorado Rockies. I'd be cool with that.
I know why. Rocky Mountain High. Yeah,
well, no, mostly because I like their mascot. I like Smash or Rocky or whatever the hell his name is. And I'd probably also play for the Mariners. Seattle would be fun.
Let's go.
I would do Seattle.
Represent.
Seattle would be. That's one of those places that on the West Coast I wouldn't have gone to LA at all.
Nah.
Arizona and Seattle would have been places I would have considered.
They've got a sweet field. It's like the retractables field, that Chase Field. Yeah, that's a cool place to play.
Yeah, I don't know. I just never thought LA would be a cool place to play at.
Nah, they're a bunch of bandwagoners.
Are they really?
Yeah.
I just feel like big cities would just suck too, man. And I know they probably ain't got to drive, but I like being able to get home. I like not having to deal with nobody on the daggum road, man. So I probably couldn't play in Atlanta. Probably couldn't play. I'd have to play in Florida or somewhere like that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd have been
Bay.
an East Coast guy.
Yeah.
I'd play in Tampa. Tampa would be fun.
Tampa would be amazing.
That'd be a fun place to play.
Miami might be cool, but still.
Miami would run.
There's just nobody there to watch you.
I would go out there and be trying to get hit by a pitch every time. I ain't swinging a bat. I ain't going out to play the field. I ain't doing nothing.
No way, man. But that's fascinating that the Yankees dropped their no facial hair clause that they've had. There's been numerous guys that have go there. Jazz Chisholm, if I'm not mistaken, as of late, there's another one of those guys that had to go there and shave their facial hair off.
And it's just like it takes away from honestly who they are. You're like, wait, that guy plays there now? That's the same guy that played for the Boston Red Sox?
Yeah.
What?
We did that. Coach Foreman didn't allow us to have facial hair in our picture. You have like the Nashville famous mustache strip.
Oh, Buck Risings?
Like that. Yeah, you could do that, but he wouldn't allow beards.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. I hated it because at the time my chin strap was the best thing going. You know what I'm saying? A little thin chin strap.
I knew you'd have a pencil thin. I bet that thing was so thin.
Exactly.
Don't dare make a mistake on that bad boy. Had to clean the whole thing off.
Hey, straight up. Man.
Another guy who wore facial hair during his 11-year NFL career was Zach Martin.
Zach Martin,
he definitely had the facial hair where he sported it, and he is actually saying so long farewell to the NFL. Man, he's one of the most decorated offensive linemen in Dallas Cowboys history. I love this little stat that ESPN put out on Twitter the other day. 9 All-Pro selections, 7 holding penalties in his entire career. Put him in the Hall of Fame. Give him the gold jacket now because this guy was a stud.
A dog. Dog. Ain't no other way around it. By the way, you remember the other day, guys, we were speaking about NFL longevity careers?
Yes.
Well, you remember the number?
11. It's the first thing I saw that article. First thing I thought of was when you said that. 11
years.
Which you played 11 years.
I would love to know the stats on like how many players, not just offensive linemen, but retire after the 11th year. And maybe that's when Father Time catches up too. If you look at him, he's 34 years old right now too. This past year is probably one of the first signs of like him not having it. Only played in 10 games this past year. When you're at that spot, look, off-season's going to be long. Off-season's going to be rough. Like, to get back to where you were, it sucks sometimes in the off-season. So the first injuries for him, man, I'm sure played a part in it. One of the best to ever do it. Again, not just him, specifically him, but Tyron Smith on that offensive line, too. Like, they had a group of guys, man, that were just studs. And they honestly got to get up to Dallas and to Zeke, too. Ezekiel Elliott, like when they started making the running back position more and more just important to teams because it gone away. And then, of course, you had to start recognizing the guys that were blocking for him. Zach, tiring. Like, that group of dudes right there reset the bar. And like I said yesterday on 3HL, I got to toot our horn too. In Pittsburgh, we were part of that, like, making offensive linemen, like, notarized again. It was them. Philly still carrying it on right now. Buffalo has a really good offensive line. Houston has a solid offensive line. Like, you look across the league, the teams that are deep into the playoffs, it's teams that's found ways to make the offensive line mesh, man. And got to give up to a guy like Zach, man. I usually say, to make it into the Hall of Fame, you got to rule an era. And ruling an era in the NFL, to me, is 3 years of all pros.
Okay.
Zach has 7.
7, yeah.
7 of them.
So impressive.
He is the cream of the crop. Marsha Yonder's in that conversation to me, too. They dogged Marsha. Marsha should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer. Bert, you said I'm jaded when it comes to Baltimore? Absolutely not.
You got reasons to be.
Marshall should have been in the Hall of Famer as a first ballot guy. He's got the ring. He's got the all-pros, and he's got the stat line behind it. Him and Zach probably two of the best to do it in my era.
And he's got Jeffrey Simmons spit.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Forgot about that, man.
The one thing I remember about Zach Martin in the draft he came out in, I was dead set
2014
that the Cowboys were going to take Johnny Manziel.
Oh,
I
yeah.
knew for a fact. It's like, oh, Jerry's going to sell a buttload of jerseys. Jerry's going to bring him in to come in and sit behind Tony Romo. It's a good thing they didn't, because what a swamp that would have been.
Dang, I do remember that now. That seems like so long ago. Yeah. He was taken in the first round, 2014. And it's crazy to think, like you said, what a good choice. Sometimes the boring choice. We talk about it all the time here. You know, sometimes the boring choice in the moment is not the most exciting, obviously, but Martin played in 162 games, missing more than one game in a season just twice, and that was in 2020, and like you mentioned, this past year.
Yeah. One pick before that, Ramon, the Steelers took Ryan Shazier. If you wasn't so good, they probably would have drafted him.
Hey, man, we were set. When he came in the league in 14, I think I just got a deal at that time, too. So it was
you and DeCastro at this point?
Yeah, me and DeCastro at that point at guard. So we were filled up. But also his brother. He had a brother played in the league, too. Nick Martin is what I found out today, a former second-round pick.
He rode his coattail a bit.
Listen, I rolled my brother Nardo coattail.
But you ended up being something.
I'm still riding Ron Slade's coattail right now. You feel me? So,
Thanksgiving over there at the Martin house, they all like, Zach, tell us about your football career. And Nick's over there like, can somebody pass the peas? I ain't had peas before.
Go drop the turkey, Nick. That's what you do.
Well, we are wrapping up hour 3, headed into hour 4. Coming up next, for you footies, those soccer fans that need a little fix, Nashville SC is opening up their season this weekend, tomorrow to be exact, at Geodis Park. We're going to have manager Mike Jacobs join the show. What can we expect from this team moving forward? Because according to Will Bowling, our teammate, they might be the team that has the best chance to win a championship here in this town first. We'll get into that with Mike Jacobs. That's coming up next here on RKW 104.5 The Zone.
What's going on? Good morning. Happy Friday from the 104.5 The Zone Studios. I am Robert Walsh, free agent and former Titans cornerback Elijah Molden, signing a 3-year extension with the Chargers worth about $18 million. He gets a healthy $13.5 million in guarantees, a well-deserved payday for Molden, who's coming off a stellar season, recording a career-high 3 interceptions and 2 fumble recoveries. To the Cowboys, where their guard, Zach Martin, retiring from the NFL after 11 seasons. He earned 9 Pro Bowl nods, 7 first-team All-Pro selections, and 2 second-team All-Pro honors, and finishing second in Offensive Rookie of the Year voting in 2014. He retires tied with Randall McDaniel and John Hanna as the most first-team All-Pro selections earned by a guard in NFL history. And the final of the Four Nations face-off last night went into overtime, tied 2-2, before Connor McDavid scored the game-deciding goal as Canada took it 3-2. For all your foundation repair and your waterproofing needs, you got to go to USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Put those 4s up. It is hour 4 of Ramon, Kayla, and Will here on this sunny, I should say, Friday in Middle Tennessee. And this weekend, MLS is back, baby. Nashville SC and the New England Revolution squaring off tomorrow at Geodis Park, 7:30 p.m. kick. Lucas Panzica, our own Lucas Panzica, and Eddie Carvacho will have the pregame starting at 7 on The Zone. And joining us now, Nashville SC General Manager Mike Jacobs. First of all, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And how excited are you guys to get the season underway?
Thanks for having me. It's an awesome time. The off season, I would say it's kind of with air quotes, because where the players and coaches need to rest and recover, that's the busiest time of the year for us. And coming off a season where we didn't make the playoffs and had to have so much turnover in our roster, about 50% of our roster, it's really exciting to go from seeing these guys who were magnets on a board in the wall to hand them over to BJ and to see them all under the lights in Geodis Park on a Saturday night wearing gold.
In this new era, kind of been dubbed as NSC 2.0, what will fans maybe notice that's different about this team and the way that they're particularly playing on the pitch?
So we made a conscious choice about trying to change our game model. And, the game model can be as much as how you attack and how you defend, but can also be as little as, the demographic of the players we have, from their age or where they look like as far as where they come from. And, I think it's going to be very different. And, where fans got a glimpse of that a little bit, the last 9 games of the season when BJ Callahan took over, it's going to be a really encouraging new era and step for our group as we head into the season.
Nashville SC General Manager Mike Jacobs is with us this morning talking Nashville SC. Mike, when it comes down to the way Nashville has received you guys and the support, we've been out to a game before also, man. What does that feel like for you guys to know that you did the right thing and having a team here and also having the pouring out of support?
The first game in club history was at Nissan, and it was in front of about 60,000 fans. And, when people would say to me, in our first year, hey, you guys, you're almost as big as the Titans or the Predators. I reference, so quickly to have a fan base adopt this group was really unique. And, to move into really a castle or a palace like we have at Geodis Park, it's unbelievable. And, it's been the largest soccer-specific stadium in the United States. The only MLS teams that play in venues bigger play in NFL venues, and to have that place packed every night is awesome. And when we're at our best, we have an amazing home field advantage there that just is awful for visiting teams to play in.
And by the way, there is no bad seat in the stadium
it's
either.
Beautiful.
By the way, too, it is amazing being inside of it. But also keeping it packed, man, is winning games, and that's also with how have you seen BJ Callahan put his own spin on this team too, and what stands out from watching him work with the full offseason to prepare for this upcoming season?
Well, look, I mean, losing sucks, right? So, I mean, like, the expectations for this group, it's not just our fans, it's our players, our staff. The expectations are for us to compete for an MLS Cup. And to do that, you got to be above the line in the standings, make the playoffs. And, for us, we have high expectations and standards here. And, what BJ has been able to do, and we talked about the idea of wanting to have a different game model, and we selected a manager that we thought could help us execute that. And, BJ's ability to give players confidence as risk takers and to be brave. You saw rapid increases and upticks in goal contribution from guys like Sam Surridge and Hani Mukhtar during, the early stages of BJ's tenure last year. I think you definitely, saw the glimpse of what this group's capable of. And by adding some really important pieces this offseason, I think you're going to see an attack that's cohesive, that creates a lot of scoring chances. And, for fans, it'll be fun to watch.
I know our teammate here, Will Bolin, who works with you guys also, was super excited, man. Whenever you have a superstar, worldwide superstar, and Lionel Messi come into Nashville, and the crowd does what it's supposed to. Now, Coach, I'll say this because he said it, and I feel like I can say it, but he said it was awesome to see the Nashville SC fans understand the assignment and not praise a guy like him, but instead boo him, man. Like, how was that, being able to host that, have him here, and understand that your fans belong to you?
Honestly, I think my favorite moment since I've been here at the club was that Leagues Cup final in 2023 when Miami took the field for warmups and our fans just showered him with boos. I talked to the U.S. national manager at the time, Greg Berhalter, was at our game, and he said that he'd gone to watch Miami and Messi play in other venues, and it was like the Beatles coming to town, like a traveling road show where that venue then became a home field for them. And I think what was great was our fans held him in contempt. They understood the fact that this was our house and our place, and he was invading hostile territory. And I think what was awesome was it permeated to our players also, and I think you saw that same level of contempt and a little proprietorship also. I think our guys take pride in defending this place, and we want to make sure that not only is it a raucous venue, but that our fans understand that these guys are desperate to win, and not just to win cups for themselves, but to win for them.
Nashville SC General Manager Mike Jacobs joining us this morning on RKW. And you were speaking a minute ago about Hani Mukhtar. He finished last season well, I think, once BJ took over. I guess, how motivated is he for this season as the face of the team?
Well, what I would say is when we first started in 2020, it was a group where the team was the star. And, we're certainly guys like Hani Mukhtar and Walker Zimmerman and Sam Surridge. Their star is shining brighter, for the last 3 or 4 years. The hope is that it's a collective opposed to leaning so heavily on one person. And, the reality is, you can use coach speak and talk about things like that. But, this group has leaned heavily on Hani for, goal contributions, whether it's scoring or assists. And, the hope is it's going to be a much diverse group, a much better supporting cast with him, with Sam, to have different guys here and different options and really make it harder for us to game plan for, because, we're not going to rely solely on one player. And, I think the combination of trying to find him in different spots, as you saw, those last 9 games under BJ, but I think with maybe a different, collection of guys, different nucleus around him also, you're going to see a different version of Hani this year as well.
Nashville SC General Manager Mike Jacobs with us this morning. You guys officially brought in Ahmed Kassim this week, man. What do you like about him, and what does he bring to this team?
So Ahmed Kassim from Elfsborg, Sweden, they recently were playing the Europa League, which is kind of like if the Champions League was like the NCAA tournament basketball, maybe like the NIT. So it's like maybe the second tier of the best teams in Europe. But, it was only 2 weeks ago he was playing as Tottenham Hotspur in English Premier League. So, he's played at a high standard. We've been pursuing him for quite some time. And, the idea of adding someone of his caliber, a player at his ability levels at age 21, really just to kind of start to hit the peak of his powers, it's really exciting. And, to add an attacking player like Ahmed who can occupy a variety of different roles, primarily playing wide, either on the left or the right, but can play up the middle as well, either as a central striker or as an attacking midfielder. He really adds, some added punch to our group and a little more diversity to our attack.
Mike, when it comes to tomorrow, just in terms of kicking everything off, which is going to be huge right here in Nashville at Geodis Park, what do you want to see from the team?
Well, look, everyone who lives here in Nashville knows what the temperatures have been like and the conditions of the snow. I think it's probably going to resemble like an NFL game in Cleveland or in Green Bay in December as far as the conditions. So the reality is, it's probably going to be a little sloppy as far as the conditions. And I think it's one of those games that sometimes it's not always the best team that plays well in conditions like that, but maybe it's the toughest team. And I think, we've got some really good dynamic attacking players who are going to help create some scoring chances for us. But I think it's going to be a situation where we're going to need to have not only the guys in the field, but our fans as well, really be ready for like a gutty, tough performance.
Now, Coach, I don't want to put any pressure on you, okay, in the first opening match, but considering this against New England and the Titans will have to have Mike Vrabel come back here with the New England Patriots this year, look, just go ahead and start a clean sweep of beating New England teams, Coach, is all Mike is all I'm saying.
I'll tell you what, no one's going to put more pressure on me than myself, so I'm not worried about that. Okay. Please know, we want to kick everybody. We're pretty agnostic, so whether they're from New England or from anywhere, we're hoping to come here and give them a beating.
Appreciate it.
He is Nashville SC's general manager, Mike Jacobs. Nashville SC in New England Revolution tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. at Geodis Park. We really appreciate the time and good luck, I should say. Great of luck this season.
Absolutely, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
And that's right. Lucas Panzica, our own Lucas Panzica, and Eddie Carvaccio have the call with pregame. That's going to start tomorrow at 7 p.m. right here on The Zone. So 6 of their first 10 home games, by the way, at home. 6 of their first games at home. So incredible
get
opportunity.
To the stadium. So Geodis
Absolutely.
is nice. It's not a bad seat in there. I sat up top. We went down the field level. Everything about it is good. It's open. It's inviting, man. It's diverse as hell. You're going to enjoy yourself inside that park, man. I got to get back there more often for sure.
Yeah.
And I got to stop calling Mike Coach too.
I realized that. I was like, I guess he isn't technically, he's the general manager, but we're so used to tapping coaches on here. Coach. It's just a habit.
He might be coaching his past.
Exactly.
Life,
you never
way,
know.
My apologies, Mike.
Well, we appreciate him coming on and get out to Geodis Park tomorrow if you can. But coming up next, let's take the roof off of this thing. It is Friday. It's been a long week with the snow. It's still cold off, but the roof can go off because Ron Slay is coming in the building. Excited to talk some SEC basketball with him and much more. Coming up next on RKW 104.5 The Zone.
It's Ramon Foster for Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Man, they've been in business since 1990 and are family owned and operated, and we love that, man. Jim Hiller also was recently named among the most admired CEOs, and it's because of the way he truly cares for his team, which is super important these days, man, and also the clients. Hiller takes care of every customer on every single job, man, and they stand behind the work, too. 100% satisfaction of 100 or happy you'll be or the service is free. That's the slogan. If you're not happy with it, guess what? They will do everything to make it right. They also always send a professional, experienced, trustworthy technicians to come into your home and leave it cleaner and better than they found it. Hiller also offers you true transparency pricing. What that means is this, man. Hiller will line item every part of the job up front so the homeowners can easily understand what they're paying for and why. There will be no hidden fees, no added costs, no surprises when you get your bill. If you want to use a company that I trust, man, and for anything, whether it be plumbing, heating, cooling, or electrical, reach out to the folks that I trust at happyhiller.com.
You got to just smile because it is Friday. That is right. And we are down the home stretch here. We've got Ron Slay. He's going to come in the building in about 5 minutes here. But until then, and after that, we're going to talk a little basketball. Because there was some hoops action last night with the Lady Vols. And look, they are, I'm not going to say quietly, because I think we all know what Kim Caldwell and that staff is doing right now with those Lady Vols, but a huge win, Moan, yesterday against the Alabama Crimson Tide, who are also ranked in the top 25.
They were number 18th ranked Alabama Crimson Tide, man. Good showing by the Lady Vols last night, though, too, man. They were up by as much as 13, I feel like, at one point in the game, but they're just playing real good, sound basketball. What I noticed from them is teams got more talent than the Lady Vols, but the Lady Vols got a good bit of it, too. But their ability to just run you up and down the court.
Yes.
What Coach Kim is doing with those Lady Vols, man, is being able to press and being able to get the ball from out of bounds up and down the floor. And those girls have adopted that style of ball, and that's what you have to do until you get your players in. But you got to give it up for, man, Jewel Spear. Another 20-point game for her, just playing lights out, man. And everybody else is playing a role. I've really enjoyed watching Z Spearman, too, as of late. The big for the Lady Vols down in the middle of the paint. Her ability to get rebounds and put them back up and just be aggressive as you need her to be. And she can stretch the floor a little bit too with her ability, although she went 0 for 2 last night from the three-point line, but she can hit the deep shot too. So they got a diverse team. I'm not sure what their seeding is going to look like, but getting a ranked win last night inside of TBA was huge for them. And you see it all over Coach Kim's face, man. She is working those girls, and you can see the stress of also having a baby human come out of her, too.
Yeah, she was missed one game and has been back since.
At Texas, and they only lost, by one score in that game, too. But they got a good squad, man. Everybody's playing their role. Tess Darby's been another one of those players for this squad who is, I got to give it honestly, I hate to ever talk about a woman's body, but you can tell, and me and my wife speaking about it, the way Tess Darby has shaped herself up a little bit better. And it was necessary. As much as they run, like, you got to be in shape for this team.
It's like soccer, almost.
It is.
It's like being on the pitch.
And it's nonstop. And she'll go 5 in, 5 out, but she'll also go 4. She'll sub in 4 and leave in Talasia Cooper, who's she's a star on this team, too. Between her, Jewel Spear, and Z Spearman, man, those girls really make it happen. But you can't go without mentioning Ruby Whitehorn. Like, they got a squad that I'm proud to be a big fan of. You guys have heard me cap as a kid.
You're one of the biggest advocates for the women game in general. But
absolutely
you
love
and Slay Dog.
Yes.
But yeah, for the Lady Vols, I think it's important to give their flowers when they're due. And they're definitely, I think, not surprising people this year, because if you kind of knew Danny Heyer's track record in terms of hiring coaches, especially on the hardwood, he's nailed that so far. I was going to mention to you, too, because I was listening to some of the post-game press conference from Kim Caldwell yesterday, and she was even mentioning, too, like the improvements that she's seen with her team in these games as we're heading towards the end of the regular season. Because the Lady Vols didn't have an empty possession. They scored points on 5 straight offensive trips. And she said, I think that's where we're improving.
Yes.
We're able to score down the stretch. I think our shot selection is getting better, which is really important when you, like you said, have a group that is kind of hodgepodge together this first year.
They were. And not just that, too, though, Kayla. When you play that style of ball and you just careless where you and how you shoot the basketball at times, too, well, that can really put you behind the 8 ball as it pertains to what the flow of the offense is and how it puts you at a disadvantage. Their advantage is being able to get that ball out of bounds and get up the court and at least go for a layup, which they still do in the women's game, okay? It's not just straight three-point shot. No. The mid-range is still alive and well as it pertains to the women's game, and I love that about it, too. So for as much as you have a PK Subban that speaks ill of what the NBA All-Star game is, or just fans in general that are tired of watching like the NBA just completely just turn into a three-point fest, I promise you, if you played basketball growing up, if you have been if you are a casual watcher of basketball, you're going to enjoy what the women's game is. It's hyper competitive. They get, in my opinion, because the game is played more on the ground, It's more physical at times because they have the ability to, like, you're not, and this is my understanding, most is not many dunkers in the women game. So you don't have to worry about throwing somebody out of the air. They'll fall to the ground because they're not dunking or jumping as high, and it's physical, Kayla.
It is, yeah. No doubt about it.
Absolutely.
And you have now, you have the marketing that they're getting. You have the selling of players because the players are interesting. I would almost argue some of the women are more interesting than the men in the college game right now. I mean, the personalities, the coaches, like the men in the SEC in particular, the coaches, the women in the SEC, they're interesting characters. Like, we hear it all the time.
Yeah.
You know, LSU, South Carolina. I think Kim Caldwell is going to be one of those coaches moving forward that a lot of people are going to have eyes on.
They have to, man. And again, here's the thing, too. Alabama is 8-5 in the SEC, and the Lady Vols are 7-6. The Lady Vols are ranked 15th, too. You got to think about some of their wins and losses they've had this year also. You got the Lady Vols end up beating UConn, and UConn ended up boat racing South Carolina, who's been a trench monster in college.
And that was
and
at South Carolina.
I know. I think it's their first loss in years.
In a long time. In that arena, yeah.
And for your Lady Vols to get UConn, and I know that was a game a lot of Lady Vols fans were proud of. And to your point you made a second ago as far as Danny White just hitting home runs as of late. Mm-hmm. Okay. The continuation of this is what's got to be sustained. But him going and finding Coach Kim was so huge for the Lady Vols team, but also the brand.
Absolutely.
That meant a lot.
So down the stretch, and again, Ron Slade joining us just in a minute here on RKW. So we'll pick his brain about the women's game and also the Tennessee Vols, what they have on their schedule moving forward.
Because they got a big one this upcoming weekend.
They have a really big one. But for the Lady Vols, it's wild to think, guys, the regular season is almost done. So the Lady Vols currently, by the way, 8th in the SEC. They've got Florida coming up on Sunday. That's at Florida, I believe. Then it's a matchup between the Lady Vols and Kentucky, which Kentucky is currently ranked 14th. And then they're going to end the season in Knoxville taking on Georgia. So really a good stretch here in terms of ability to win these games and head into the SEC tournament on a high note. You can't overlook any team, but Kentucky looks to be the one that you got to really get.
No doubt. And then, of course, playing at Florida is never going to be easy, too.
Never
that game's
easy there.
Sunday at 12, if I'm not mistaken. It's at Florida, though. And also, too, you get an opportunity for the Lady Vols. Go watch them on March 2nd, man, as they try to close out the regular season against Georgia. Again, I think they'll end up being a 3 seed, potentially a 4 seed. But they, in year one, under Coach Kim, man, have done way more than I thought they would have done. And the players that she needed to stand up or to rise up and help this team be competitive as of late, it's been Z Spearman. Been lights out in the middle. Now, again, she's going to run into some problems when she got to play against bigger girls in the paint, but her ability to get rebounds and put them back up have been good. And if y'all hadn't watched as of late, I call myself her extended uncle, but Talasia Cooper. Transfer from South Carolina. I'm sure South Carolina could have used her this year.
Is that the confidential Austin Price recently
that's what he was speaking
if you
of.
haven't seen it, you should go check it out.
Go check it out. She's averaging 16.9 points a game. Mm-hmm. Her ability to pick the pocket as far as stealing the basketball from the opposing team is good. She's quick with her hands. She's got a shot. She's good around the rim. This is an exciting time, in my opinion, for the Lady Vols moving forward. Yeah. Danny White and his staff of the search committee hit it out the park with this group.
They certainly did. So, it'll be interesting to see where the ladies lie in terms of the tournament, and it's also as interesting when it comes to the Tennessee Volunteers because they are in a position where they don't have the projected number 1 seed in terms of 1 seed right now.
Right.
Can they get in the mix? We'll see here down the stretch with some important games. But what's important right now is just taking care of business at hand. And they did have a midweek bye, which I know Coach Rick Barnes commented on and said that was good for us just to get healthy because we know that there have been players on this team that have been a little bit beat up, maybe regain their composure a little bit, Moan, because now they're going to Texas A&M this weekend, and that by no means is an easy task or a definite win.
And here's the thing too: that Texas A&M is up against themselves. They just got upset by Mississippi State.
Exactly.
Too.
So they're angry.
Yeah, and Mississippi State had a court storming also. So Tennessee is going to have their mind right going down there to play Texas A&M. They are ranked 7th. They're what is the record in the SEC? A&M is 9-4 in the SEC. Yep. And what's crazy is the Vols are 8-5. The Vols are ranked 6th. A&M is ranked 7th. So this is going to be a big-time matchup for the Vols. And here's where they have to be good against them. If the three-point shot isn't falling down, then they got to be in a position where they can score. What I do like is Chaz Lanier. As of late, his mid-range has been on point. I'm knocking on wood as I say that. But his mid-range has been on point. And they got to find other ways to score, too, if the three ball isn't falling. Zakai in the last game that the Vols played, of course, him getting hot in the second half, 22 points. But it's not just him. It's Igor Milicic. I feel like last game he did enough but didn't do a lot. I expect him to be in the game this weekend against A&M to really raise the stakes too. Sure. And the incorporation too of Meshack. Like that,
Meshack, yeah.
That is a guy that has to be able to shoot the ball and also bring it defensively every single time. You know what you're going to get out of Zakai Ziegler. But watching what Chaz Lanier does, if his three-point shot isn't falling, and Igor Milicic, to me, in a game like this, tip-off is at 11 o'clock.
It's an early one, huh?
They got to get going on top of having that midweek bye, too. This is going to be a big
That's
matchup.
actually a great point, because it's one thing, and I'm sure it's similar in football, like having those early starts compared to games maybe you're used to playing the night games. Yeah. But especially when you have a midweek bye, sometimes it's hard to get out of the gates and be ready to go. And that's one thing the Vols have struggled with this season, is coming out of the gates and playing the game from the start. We've seen some comeback situations, but I think it's very important when you're on the road, regardless in the SEC where you're going, to get out of the gates hot. And that's something they've got to do this weekend, especially not having a mid-week game.
Exactly. And again, like I said, with Mississippi State upsetting Texas A&M, their hair is going to be on fire this upcoming weekend. Their coach, Buzz Williams, man, too, is a super unique guy.
Dude, he really
High
is.
High intensity.
Yeah. Just the name Buzz would tell you that he's a little different.
And he's fly as hell on the sidelines, too. He's one of the few coaches, man, that still wear suits and stuff like that on the sideline. He's a Dapper Dan as it pertains to his style and flair that he plays with. But it's also, you see it coming out of his players, too.
Oh, yeah.
That's where they are. And right now, too, scoring 73 points a game, almost 74 points. This will be a matchup that the Vols got to lock them down, because here's what we do know. They are a competitive team. Savage has said this time and time again, the SEC is rough and tough. And down the stretch, when they're trying to get potentially a number one seed in the tournament, getting a win like this on the road is going to be huge. But what we've also noticed, A&M found out too, playing on the road, going even to Starkville, right, has been a rough thing for all teams in the SEC. I'm interested to get Savage's take on this, because, again, we've seen the Vols go get boat race at Florida in Gainesville.
That was like a blowout.
It was a 30-point blowout,
right.
Kayla. They can't, to your point, get started slow in this game either. This has got to be from the tip-off. They got to play great defense, and they got to have the ability to score. Zakai can't have a first half like that.
Right.
If Meshack is left open, you got to at least put the ball up in the air is where they're going to go. And for me, when you look at Chaz Lanier in that sense, his ability to get open and make shots is something that has to be elevated going, especially into the tournament. But with all that being said, they have shown different ways of winning.
Yep.
They got different styles on how they go about it.
Sure.
Got some bottles in.
Yeah, you see.
He does have bottles.
They have proven themselves to have different styles of winning.
Right.
And I think that's a bonus. It's just that when you don't score and you got a team that can score, like A&M and others, as the tournament time open up, that's where it becomes problematic for them.
Well, what's interesting, because Slay is in the building, officially in the building.
Yeah.
I'm interested in, you were just speaking of Zakai Ziegler and the fast start that they need to have. I'm interested in this Zakai Ziegler-Wade Taylor matchup, because I think this is going to be fun.
Yeah, I think, man, when you watch it, though, I think the thing is, when Wade Taylor picks his spots now, he's matured a lot. not just the guy that's coming out shooting 40-footers.
The player mature a lot.
Yeah, I mean, time, knowing that you got other guys that can take their responsibility off of you, kind of like what Walter Clayton did.
Score.
Nah, yeah.
Right.
I think that's what, when you look at Florida, that's what Walter Clayton Jr. did. Mark Sears is trying to find that little happy medium also this year, but Wade Taylor being able to add a guy like Zurich Phelps along with him in the backcourt that can go off. When Wade Taylor was out, he was going for 35, 34, you know what I'm saying? So you got other guys that can score, but when it's time to get a bucket, they know where to go. They're going to Wade Taylor.
Is A&M playing with the center or not really? They're like, they are playing with the center?
Hell yeah. I love the dude down there. That's my guy. So I got under the guys that fly under the radar that don't get enough love. That's one of the guys, like Jalen Carey for Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Pharrell Payne.
Okay.
Man, he is a monster.
6'9".
Yeah, man. Like he's been able to get more minutes as the season has gone on. He is a force that they didn't have last year as far as giving somebody the ball down low and telling them to be able to get a bucket. He's that guy. They got other guys. Henry Coleman is a guy down there. Solomon Washington and Anderson Garcia, but they're more like Rover, Dennis Rodman type players. You ain't really asking them to score. Solomon Washington, he'll shoot. They'll leave him open in the corner. And he'll shoot it just out of the lack of respect. But as the team, you all right, going to shoot that. If you make it, cool. If you don't, but you don't want him slash it to the basket or in that dunker spot because they super athletic. Those two guys, Anderson Garcia and Solomon Washington, Henry Coleman, eat the boards. That's why Wade Taylor can play the way he does when he just shoots sporadically. They know he's shooting. Yeah. And they're going to give him another opportunity. That's going to be the key in this game. If Tennessee can keep them off the boards and getting second chances, like they lead the country in second chances and hitting offensive rebounding. That's what they do. That's their chaos, you know what I'm saying, that they bring to the game. So they're always locked in defensively. They play a funky style defense where they force everything baseline. So you may be like on the wing and it's look like it's open to go baseline, but they want you to go there because the help side is already waiting on you right there. So they get trapped. They're active with the arms, make you do the skip pass. So the skip is where people are going to be ready to shoot. Okay. If you want to punish that defense, yeah.
Is that an advantage for a guy like Zakai who likes to beat the ball on the ground a little bit as far as getting out of that trap in the corner?
Yeah, he don't need to be down there.
He don't need to be
The best thing for Tennessee is to be able to get the ball and go in transition. Mm-hmm. If you set up in the half court style, like it's gonna be tough. Just from the simple fact they do a lot of switching. Everybody can guard 1 through 5. Yeah. So it's going to be difficult to kind of try to find a matchup that you can go exploit. I think you saw the same thing with Dalton when he went down there last year. Like, that was one of his games he struggled because the way they play their defense. And they got guys that can switch out. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little difficult.
Who needs a bigger game? Igor or Chaz? The only reason I throw Igor in there is because if the guy have to, he will. We saw that in the last game. Yep. Although I do want to see him start better.
Yeah, no,
but I feel like Igor took a back seat in the last one.
And it's kind of funny, man. Like you need him to be aggressive. I don't know if that's him being aggressive or him having his number called more. You know what I'm saying? Because in the flow of Coach Barnes' offense, sometimes it's your number that has to be called to get you going. You know what I'm saying? Like when especially a newcomer to his offensive set that really doesn't know the kinks and ins and outs and where you can kind of break off the play and you don't look crazy breaking it off. You can find your way to go. So I think he's still trying to find that rhythm of the offense where he can break it off. So if you don't want to have that, you got to call his number. But I think him and Chaz both had to get going on this one. Like they ain't got many options. Right. You know what I'm saying? So you got to shoot, you got to be efficient, you got to stop them in transition, and you're gonna have to keep them off the glass. And if you can get some extra opportunities, then that'll bode well moving forward in this game. If not, me personally, I think Tennessee gonna lose.
You do?
Just because A&M is tough at home. A&M is already good, and they just lost.
When it's at home,
you know what I'm saying? Like I hope they win. Like, but man,
you've called almost all of them right this year, man. You really have.
This is a tough one right here. I'm telling you, Buzz always has these guys' attention. They pay attention to the detail.
Mm-hmm. 11 o'clock tip bother.
It can.
So but I figured this would be a late game.
This one is going to be cool though because you had all week to prepare. So what they should have been doing by Thursday should have been having 11 o'clock practices on Thursday, Friday.
Sure.
And then when you walk into the game, you kind of acclimated body-wise to their start time. So, yeah, it's they'll be rocking down there, though.
I'm excited. I'm excited for the game. Oh, by the way, great job this week on the SEC network.
Thank you.
Always fun to watch you, Slay Dog.
Appreciate it, KK.
Before we wrap up the show, we're going to have you for the last segment.
Yes.
Interested to pick your brain on this, like, NHL, NBA little thing that's going back and forth. I want your thoughts on that. Plus, NBA superstar is going to be out the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Interested to see how that affects things. Superstar dealing with a big injury. That's come up next here, RKW 104.5 The Zone.
Wednesday, Thursday goes Birmingham.
Wrapping up the show here on RKW. We've got Ron Slay Dog in the building.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're just smoothing out everything this week with this. Is this Ashanti?
Yeah, but it's Scarface. It's a little tweak to it.
I know. I like it.
They let them bar it.
Yeah. Ashanti came back with it. She remixed this year.
Scarface.
This is Scarface original.
Scarface original. Okay. There we go. I learned something new today.
That's the story behind it, too. Didn't they get tricked into taking that beat or something? It was weird.
Oh, no.
I forget it was something. But Dame had to pay back, I think.
You always have the little details.
My boy loved him. He loved him.
Yeah, it was Irv Gotti and
He loved him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Loved him.
So, Slay, we brought up this Charles.
You idiot.
Is that Andy Reid?
That was Andy. Those nuggies.
We listened to, I think it was Charles Barkley earlier on NBA Tip-Off on TNT.
I heard
and he kind of came back with the face of the NBA thing and what he expected that should be. There's kind of been an NBA, NHL little thing going back and forth since the Four Nations tournament, and PK Subban went out on his rant. I'm curious as like where you lie between all this, being an advocate of the NBA and knowing so much about the game.
I think Subban has the right idea, right intentions, wrong subject matter or wrong content for this. Because you're comparing the Four Nations, which is you playing for your nation, versus an all-star game. Yeah. Like, it's no comparison. Like, the guys that he mentioned, talking about Jordan, talking about Kobe, all of these guys have missed all-star games. Like, it's that's the one break where you finally get to get a little bit healthy before the last stretch going into the playoffs, getting ready to make that playoff run. Kobe, the guy he mentioned, was in street clothes and missed it. Yao Ming has missed all-star games. Like this, that's what it is. So I think he missed the mark on it just for the simple fact of, if you look when Team USA was formed last year, Steph Curry was 36 going to play. He only got to play in there. Joel Embiid was coming back from injury and probably shouldn't even tried to play, but he tried to play, so that led to him being injured this year. So Kawhi Leonard was a guy that didn't play for the Clippers none last year, but said, okay, I'm going to commit to this. I'm going to go play for my country, and went out there until he couldn't perform, and he took himself out. Like, so that's what I don't get, like him saying that it's lazy or people don't, that you got to be the face of that was the wrong way. Now, what I think what he was trying to say is guys being able to go play night in and night out, you know what I mean, for people that pay their money and you give it to the fans, that's cool. I understand that. But it's two different games also. The way you go and play hockey in your all-star game or in your in the qualifying or this Four Nations, the way they're playing, you have to play like that. Like I think in the All-Star games, I don't see anybody dropping gloves when the puck's dropped.
No.
Right.
No.
In the All-Star games of hockey, you know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
there's not.
Exactly. So you really out there, what you're doing, you're skating hard because you got pads on. Y'all not checking each other like that. I mean, that would be crazy to think that that's what you're doing. So essentially, that's what you're doing. You're running up and down the court shooting three-pointers as well in your All-Star game. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm like, yeah, he missed it on that. But it was a good rant, and that was cool. You know what I mean? I knew what he was trying to do and put some eyes on it. That was the perfect situation. But when he walks away and talk about the viewership down and all of that, when you walk away, man, his kid that's going to grow up, yes, they're going to love hockey because that's in the house. But if you go to a basketball court anywhere in the world, not America, in the world, your kid is going to look up to the guys that you pointing at and saying that.
Absolutely.
So,
it's my brother, my nephew, Eli. I talk to you about this all the time. I grew up in a hockey household, Slay. Okay,
right.
Let's get that straight.
Right.
My brother played. My nephew is obsessed with basketball. That's what he plays.
Yeah.
That's who he looks up to. And he's 9 years old.
Yeah.
And he grew up in a hockey household.
Right.
So he can go with where he's fascinated
That's
with.
what it is.
And that's
the
NBA. That's college basketball.
Now, if you want to put a twist on it, like I told on Buck's show yesterday, now what you can do is take about 5 games out of the NBA season and make it a 2-week period when you want to get your NBA All-Stars, your NBA International All-Stars, and 2 teams from Europe, and let's play in a little tournament.
Sure.
For a week. That's cool. If that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Now that's gonna be something else different. Now, and I guarantee people gonna play because you don't want to be embarrassed or be like, man, Europe is better than such and such. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And you also got to take into account, man, the way the leagues are set up and played. These people are practicing year round. France is practicing right now.
As a country.
You know what I'm saying? They have breaks in the season 2 or 3 times in the season. I used to love them because I used to get to go home. You know what I'm saying? So they get the breaks in the season where they form their teams that they're going to have, the national team and the guys that are up under them. About 25, 30 guys. They fly them and take them to the mountains. They work out for a week and a half. They do this throughout the season. Now you're trying to get guys to say, all right, we just played 82 games. We started in October. We went all the way to June if we were in the playoffs, maybe early July. Now you want me to say, all right, let me put this down and let me go play. Huh? That don't make sense. It don't make sense. And plus, they're not getting paid for that.
Nope.
So for everything Subban was saying, like you go out there, when I played for the USA team, that was our gripe. Like, we went over there and we were talking to guys. We knew other guys on the other team, Leandro Barbosa. He was telling me what they were getting paid. I'm like, dog, we ain't getting paid. We ain't getting paid none of that. Like, we just getting per diem. That's cool. We're not NBA players.
Wow.
We pros, but it's like, wait, we taking out of our schedule to come over and play. Now, we got to make this right.
Yeah.
So what he's saying is false. NBA players got money, but still they going out of their way to play for free. What you saying? Because it's pride in the country. So I missed all that.
No, that's a good take, Clay. That's why I wanted to ask you.
That is a heck of a point to be made. There is an attack on the NBA.
Yeah, it's understandable.
But the players are understanding it too, though. KD went off. Kevin Durant went off the other day about that. The incorporation more of the international player. Wemby, who just went down. Joker, we just talked about. And Luka, who was just sent to the biggest second biggest United States market, too.
Yep.
Like, there's an attack on the American side of, like, the game being relevant. And that right there, hearing KG, I'm a huge Gardner fan.
Right.
He's understanding and enlightening people that want to hear and talk about it. Like, right now, he brought up one thing, too. It's just like the owners are getting to a point to where they're stopping the super maxes from happening with shipping guys off. Right now, there are articles and people tweeting about Ja potentially being shipped out of Memphis. That stops him from getting the next big super max also and gives control back to the owners. Is that something that's they're going to try to dictate more, you think?
I think so, just because of the eyeballs that are getting on it, and this conversation that's bubbling up about it is kind of giving the power back to them a little bit. And they've been waiting anyway, like, all right, man, y'all got a little too much power. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's going to happen. It'll end up evening out. But you hear everybody should go watch that Court of Gold, the Netflix documentary about this USA team.
That's on
it's
my
pretty dope because you hear the guys talking about how much it means to you for you to go play.
For sure.
You know, so I think how you translate that to the NBA is it's a lot of games, man. The pay is there. You know what I mean? The TV rights, all of this stuff. It's a lot going on. And the owners already got a piece of that the players didn't get because they left on the table. So it's going to be interesting to see when this next CBA comes up, just exactly how it's divvied up. I think it was 51-49 last, you know what I'm saying, that with the players.
Yeah.
And the players, they gave them like 2%. You know what I'm saying?
Back.
You feel me? So it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to try to, you know, tug of war to power, those TV rights and all of that stuff and see how it goes. But it's a different game, man. It's a different game. And I don't know how you adjust it. David Stern had a lock on it.
Yeah, exactly.
It was good. Adam Silver is a lot more player-friendly, giving the guys what they want. And it's just a tough spot to be in right now.
Well, we always appreciate you, Slay, all your great insight. Love talking some hoops on the show as well. Have a great weekend.
Yeah.
And thanks to everybody who joined the show. Listen today. Thanks to Brent Hubbs, Bryant McFadden of CBS Sports. Thanks to Slay Dog. And before we pass off the baton to Lucas Panzica and the Buck Rising Show, we give it to our guy.
Y'all
Mr.
don't know how it goes on Fridays, man. Call somebody you ain't talked to in a while. Buy somebody a random drink. Savage, I hope somebody get you some voodoo donuts while you're at the airport or something, man. But at all costs, make it back to us on Monday. But please remember, your Twitter fingers and your mic is always hot, baby.